Alright. Hi everybody. Um, I guess just first things first, I still don't think my mic is back to normal. I've got it working for now, but I don't know how to get it back to how it was before. So I'm just gonna keep it like it is now. Hope everything's okay. I'm going to do my best and hope that it just still hears me while I talk. It's not, the rough part about this is that I'm very soft-spoken. Or at least I think I'm soft-spoken. But anyway, so as I mentioned earlier, or as I mentioned on my Twitter, and my Blue Sky account, I am doing the new PGR update, but not all of it, because not all of it's actually out now. Because this is kind of a special update. This is PGR's very first integrated patch. And so what that means is they released they being Kuro Games, the company that makes the game, they released a statement a while ago saying that they were planning... Oh, hi, Cole! Hi, thank you for coming! I'm just explaining what's going on with this new Punishing Gray Raven update. Because it's kind of a special update. So this is their first integrated version, which means the company put out a statement a while ago saying that they were going to be shifting plans a bit because they want the global server and all of the other regional servers to catch up to the Chinese server, which until now, the Chinese server has been about a year ahead of the global server. So we've had like a year's worth of foresight, basically. But now they're saying they want to catch up so that everybody can get all of the new stuff at once. And in order to facilitate that, the way they're handling it is basically by smushing patches into one. So this new update is actually, from like the perspective of the Chinese server, this new update is 3 patches all in one. And so there's gonna be a lot of stuff in this patch. There are already 3 brand new frames, which I will show you because I got them all. Our first one here is Teddy Decryptor. I think she's very cute and she's very sassy and smug, and I like that. She is a dark elemental support. And she also, well, kind of, is the first instance of some very new things to the game, including a brand new element. She deals a very small amount of damage that is Nile damage, which is the brand new element. And she also brings in the new effect system, where certain characters will have specific effects that they can add. In this case, her effect is Disruption, which triggers the disruption of the target's information field and temporarily reduces the shield of enemies with Equilibrium field. So those are just some new things that are brought along with Teddy. And after Teddy, well, I guess not after anymore, at the same time, we get Luna Oblivion, the new S-rank Nile Elemental Annihilator, which is kind of like an attacker, but with a couple new bells and whistles, which specifically, as an attacker, Luna can transform elemental buffs and like elemental resistance debuffs that are applied to enemies, and she can transform them into all elemental buffs and debuffs. So she can effectively team up with any support and any tank, regardless of element, because no matter what, they will still buff her. And also, like Teddy, she has the new Disruption effect that lets her deal with equilibrium fields. And then third, we get another A-rank character, Bridget Ardio. Bridget is a fire tank and brings in another new effect, which is Ignition. The frame's condensed nitrogen has been replaced with a newly created chemical material with an optimized ignition process, making it easier to set the target on fire and deal damage to it over time through attacks. And from what I understand, ignition damage is technically a new damage type. And this kind of brings in a bit of a change to the meta coming forward, where there are sort of like sub-damage types to all of the damage types now. Well, not now on this server, but there will be. And this is the first that we're getting, which is ignition damage as a subtype of fire damage. And so that brings in it'll bring in some new like team building options and such. It's gonna be interesting. But so those are our 3 new frames in this version, this condensed version. And there will also be 3 new story chapters to go through. But as of now, only one of them has been released, and it's Teddy's chapter, Source Beacon. I will preface this by saying I don't know how long this chapter is. I don't think it'll be as long as Polaris Bond. Polaris Bond was very, very long. I think it took me like a cumulative 11 or 12 hours to go through the whole thing. I don't know if Source Beacon is going to be that long. But I'm very excited for Source Beacon for a couple reasons. One being that I know the boss of this, and I think that they're a really cool boss. And 2, I really love the new music in this story update. So I'm just so excited to be able to listen to it. You can get a little taste of it here. I really love the new music in this update. It's really good, and you'll get to hear more of it as we go along. But I'm excited, and I guess without further ado, we should probably get started. Right. Gotta make sure I stay hydrated because I know I'm gonna be talking a lot in this stream. Okay. First chapter. Tide of Doom. Okay, so I'm not playing as Teddy yet. I'm playing as Lucia and Liv. I'll also add that I don't really know what's going on in this chapter. I don't have any foreknowledge. That's the spark of civilization. The glory of the Golden Age will eventually spread across new lands. Only Redacted can take humanity back to Earth. Christina, remember, only Redacted. Your dreams reflect your thoughts, huh? I can't believe I'm revisiting those memories after all this time. Terminal on the table persistently chimes for notifications. Are they finally on the move? The slaughter between terminal networks is always hidden beneath a calm facade. It emerges silently, capturing information containing keywords, flickering like a firefly. And it vanishes without a trace left behind, allowing the data streams to pass line by line through the firewall. It ends. Are they still seriously holding on to a pointless belief like that? Only those with brains invested by amoebas would keep relying on those geniuses from history. The terminal displays a familiar name with a photo, where the once naive child seemingly grown into someone who can handle herself well. Toria. It's okay. It will come to an end. Teddy! Hey, don't act like you're sleeping if you're awake. It's time for a meeting. Another one, huh? There's some action stirring up in the Heterozone. The military has retrieved, the latest mission footage. The Heterozone is still expanding. So we're speaking. Shh. Keep your voice down. Something is spreading. I see red winds, green rains, purple soil, and heavy skulls. Vaguely human-like figures dissolve, dripping onto the barren land, emitting a sticky and unidentifiable fragrance. The history of mankind I have read, and their civilization I have grasped. Now, embryos push through the muddied earth, blossoming into new flowers. It's about to begin. This new story. A faint, subtle, low sound of bubbles popping mutes the final cry at the bottom of the throat. Run. What's that sound? Upon hearing his warning, another refugee working in the woods abruptly halts his current task. He observes the grass that Gary is intently staring at, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Yet, after an extended wait, their eyes begin to swell and ache. All they perceive is the rustling of the wind through the trees. Whew. I misheard it. Probably. Gary knocks his own head and shakes it in annoyance, feeling sorry for startling his friend at work. It's okay. Being cautious is the right way to do things these days. Remember when that monster snuck up behind our camp? It's all thanks to your warning. Otherwise, even with Lucille's vehicles, we wouldn't have made it. You heard the news. He leans closer to Gary, speaking in a hushed voice. Oh, that settlement near ours. One back behind the woods that we outplayed in the turf scuffle. Some told me this morning that they went nearby to scavenge. They didn't hear a thing from that settlement. They didn't go check it out? No one's got the nerve. These parts are nothing like the clean zone Lucille talked about. But we've already scouted the surroundings. You crashed early last night, so you missed out on the update. Folks who bolted from the back a couple of days ago mentioned that things are changing all the time over there. Seems like that red tide thing is still spreading. Catches you and poof, you're gone in a blink. Few settlements have vanished already. Starting to worry we might have to move again soon. Lets out a sigh, pausing his work. It's already December. We really make it through this winter? Don't think like that. Gary attempts to console him, but the words get stuck in his throat, uncertain of how to escape his lips. Since that day, A date he has no way to confirm. Everything seems to have subtly changed. These woods, most familiar to the refugees, seem to come alive, breathing and thriving. He can't quite pinpoint those subtle changes, but everything around him seems to be urging him to flee, to get out of this place. But where can he go? Since the moment he became separated from his parents and had to fend for himself, there has been no turning back. He has to face this treacherous world on his own. The punishing virus, the corrupted, the red tide, those eerie-looking monsters referred to as hetero creatures by the constructs who always come and go hastily. And even more unpredictable things. The refugees on the surface hide in the crevices of the world, barely surviving, while the monsters spawned by the punishing virus roam unrestrained. How much longer can humans survive on this land? If not here, where else can they go? Don't think like that. He only manages to squeeze out these pallid words. You're right. Overthinking will do me no good. Rubbing his face nonchalantly, Chimera starts chuckling. Things will get better. He has already confirmed the location of the clean zone, hasn't he? Once we enter that clean zone she mentioned, things will definitely get better. She mentioned there's no sign of that damned virus in the clean zone, and no chance of running into those monsters either. We're there, set up our own homes and work the land. No more scavenging around for wild veggies to munch on. And then, let's get you a girlfriend. You like kids? I don't know. Oh, I just love kids. Only my wife and I hadn't been split up ages ago. Bad you can't meet her in person. I admit, she's a stunner. When I first laid eyes on her, those big, bright eyes of hers got me thinking. What kids could have eyes like that? As Chimera rambles on, Gary finds himself lost in thoughts. He's never imagined a future like that, where he might get a girlfriend, a place to call home, perhaps even a child. An uneasy rustle emanates from the bushes. That noise! What? They pause their work once more with a glimmer of hope shining in their hearts, listening intently to the sounds around them. A subtle tremor ripples beneath their feet, as if a herd of antelope is being pursued by wild beasts. Accompanied by this, chaotic footsteps draw closer almost instantly. Run! 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 Gary's voice almost perfectly merges with that of the refugee fleeing from the bushes. What's happening? The hetero zone is still expanding. The last theta. The video flickers a few times before the recording abruptly cuts off. It's the last mission footage uploaded by this construct squad. By the time we attempted to track them, red tide had already swept over the area. Task for this construct squad involved eradicating the hetero creatures on the outskirts of the clean. The mission location is very close to the clean zone. Hetero zone is encroaching on the clean zone's territory. Places unknown to us. The red tide is devouring more lives. It voraciously absorbs anything that can sustain itself, be it animals, plants, humans, or constructs. It clusters tightly together, embracing as many lives as they can. It seems to be intent on dragging the entire world into the nightmare it is witnessed. Winds as red as blood, rains as green as algae, and soil painted with an ominous purple hue. They bear the cries of refugees who couldn't flee the woods. Crimson liquid meanders like a stream, joyfully coursing through the crevices in the woods. Vines, reeking of decay, silently creep from the stream beyond, while the once tranquil forest is now engulfed by screams, only to fall into an eerie silence again. It's the red tide! Chimera, run! Desperately, Gary pulls Chimera along, sprinting forward. Human legs outpace a surging tide. It's like a nonchalant slaughter or a one-sided game. The viscous liquid chuckles as it envelops the ankles of the straggling refugees. Hetero creatures arrive at the tide, cautiously inspecting the fallen humans, seemingly selecting their targets. Deep finger marks are imprinted in the soil as another refugee disappears into the tide. His bare feet touching the ground begin to burn. The red tide is already brushing against his ankles. Chimera! Run! With a roar, he musters his final reserves of strength to lunge forward a few steps, pushing Chimera ahead. Warm tears streak down the rough skin of his cheeks, but Chimera does not look back. He keeps running forward with all his might until a cold liquid creeps over his feet. He collapses in despair, the stinging pain in his palm telling him that the red tide is gradually consuming the land. Everywhere his gaze lands, only hoarse cries of pain and whispers of despair linger. Gary. In the muddy red tide, he struggles to crawl forward. It can't just end like this. Chimera! Gary! As a cold blue light slices through the crimson tide, the sound of a car engines reaches his ear almost simultaneously, the noise of a transport craft touchdown, coming from various directions. Commandant, someone's there! Something's behind us. Stay away from that fog. Run! 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 Go. We'll take care of this. Ah! I'm this guy. Oh my. A transport craft! Babylonia! It's Babylonia!
Ah! Is this all I have? I'm fine. Take this! Blue, be my slave!
The fog is dispersing? This is still dangerous. Our temporary camp is right ahead. This is the temporary camp. We came from the opposite direction. Our group's leader, Lucille, is right there in that vehicle. Something seems to be wrong with the thing. She's trying to fix it. She's the one to ask if you have any questions. I'll go clean up my wounds first. Huh? Hello? You need anything? About the current situation. We still have fuel, but the vehicle's parts are misbehaving. The team we sent to gather supplies haven't returned either. Your team? That's right. They went searching for supplies at the abandoned camp earlier, but the red tide showed up and separated us. Your vehicle? Yeah, this thing was never completely fixed, so it's a miracle that it even managed to start. I hope we can find the replacement part soon. Start again after a quick repair? Do you have an evacuation plan? The vehicle can start. I'm confident that I can get everyone out of here. We've got too many wounded here. Without the truck, we won't get anywhere if those sound-triggered monsters surround us. That's a one-way trip. Can't be it. Let's talk to more people first. The exact escape. The paths east and west are blocked by those damn things. Given it some thought, and the only way out is at our 12 o'clock. Spare parts, Lucille mentioned. A couple of the young ones went to the abandoned campsite to look for spare parts. Those damn things showed up before they came back. These were their last messages. Attention, attention. There are some strange noises in the abandoned camp. Could it be them? Not. O'Connor went missing. Going to find him. Hurry back. The last message was sent out half a day ago. There are no further replies. Seems that we can find replacement parts at the abandoned camp. Let's talk to Derek about the fog earlier. Thank you. Counting on you. Whew, that was close. You arrived just in time. Your injuries. Hold a while longer. What remains of this group of refugees will be able to stand against the enemies from the Red Tide. About the fog. Strange fog. Always arrives just before the Red Tide. It's highly corrosive as well. Without protective gear, your skin will quickly rot once you come into contact with it. Fog that precedes the Red Tide. The hetero creatures possess an extremely high concentration of the punishing virus. Regular constructs won't be able to withstand it. Take care. You too. Construct squad from Babylonia. So cool. Thanks for saving my dad. Hello? You need anything? We're planning to find the replacement parts. Get out of here together after we fix the vehicle. I guess let's go to the desert? No. I thought I was thinking we shouldn't go there, because that's where they were. No, yeah, The abandoned camp. Regarding the crew. Grey Raven. The fog is corrosive. It's dangerous for constructs, too. I should be the one to go. You just need to provide us with the route. We're faster on our feet. We can keep the casualty to the minimum. That's right. The punishing virus concentration of the fog is too high to withstand it for too long. We'll go investigate. You're right. Thank you then. Let's work together and get the hell out of this place. should be nearby. Wait, it's the fog again. Ready to engage.
Is this all? I'm fine.
Oh. It's infected. We're too late. Spare parts Lucille mentioned. Let's bring them back after we bury him. The monsters! The monsters are coming! Oh no! It's temporary camp! They're surrounding us from this side.
Is this all I have? Take this! Out of the way! Take this out of the way! Blue, be my blade!
Where are the attacks coming from? Oh.
Is this all I have? Out of the way!
Oh. Ugh, gross.
Is this all I have? Out of the way! Blue, be my blade! Take this! Raven Flash!
In this afternoon at Babylonia, unexpectedly, no sunlight filters through the clouds in the artificial sky. These are the most recent coordinates reported by Tricol at the edge of the Clean Zone. This is where they transmitted data from me, hitting the boundary of the zone's expansion. And here, this is where the last terminal data sent from the Construct Squad. The projection device displays shades of crimson intertwining on the aerial map, resembling numerous dreadful scars that appear to continuously tear at the land. The nearby conservation area has already accompanied multiple groups of refugees. They all originally resided in its vicinity. A fluorescent marker highlights a large area between the heterozone and the clean. After the temporary withering of the globular forest at the center of the heterozone, Task Force spent a long time monitoring and clearing the edges of the heterozone. The consistent supply of Omega weapons gave the impression that the heterozone was under control, and the prospect of completely clearing the heterozone no longer seemed like mere speculation. Everything seemed to be moving in a better direction. However, disasters often strike without warning. Overnight, the Red Tide lived up to its name, sweeping through 2 refugee settlements on the edge of the heterozone, claiming the lives of all refugees there. Babylonia promptly dispatched active construct squads from the nearby conservation areas. But after investigation, they found nothing but soil corrupted by the red tide. At the time, everyone thought it was just an accident. Now it seems those grotesque hetero creatures, are retreating. Simply put, we cannot guarantee that the existence of the clean zone hasn't caused unexpected mutations. Mutations? If all hetero creatures exhibit group behavior, they could develop their own species, or even civilizations. After numerous skirmishes with humanity, their interest in playing appeared to have finally waned. The Red Tide, along with the hetero creatures, initiated a collaborative counterattack, nearly breaching the edges of the clean zone. Concentration of the punishing virus has escalated in tandem with the advancement of the heterozone and the Red Tide, surpassing the capacity of the central purification filter. Consequently, humanity has endured the loss of several conservation areas near the heterozone. The squirrels have successfully built their own civilization, while the Red Tide has bred a new form of life. Does Earth really still belong to humanity? The last construct squad we dispatched has also been devoured by the Red Tide. We need to confirm the speed and range of the heterozone's expansion as soon as possible. No time left. Humanity is already out of time. If the Red Tide continues to spread unchecked across the surface, humanity's final escape route will be sealed off. Once the heterozone completely circles the clean zone, how are humans any different from birds trapped in a cage? Multiple elite squads, capable of probing the periphery of the heterozone, have been deployed simultaneously, all with a singular objective: identify the root cause of the changes in the heterozone. Preliminary calculations of the Red Tide's expansion range are complete. Numbers and graphs displayed on the terminal have reached a terrifying peak. Have we verified this team's identity? Yes. They're part of a registered refugee group in a nearby conservation area. According to the mission briefing, we should prioritize escorting them to a nearby safe location. I've already informed Babylonia, and a designated squad is heading our way. Once the handover is done, we'll resume our original course. How are they doing? Seal and Lucia are currently evaluating the casualties. Most of the rescued individuals have received basic treatment, serum injection. While retreating, one of their vehicles experienced a breakdown. I really wish Lee were here. Due to Babylonia's pressing need for the development of punishing virus purification devices, Lee, being the only one entirely immune to the virus, has been requested to stay and aid in research, thus unable to participate in this mission. I feel the same, but he has more important things to do. As the heterozone continues to expand, Babylonia is hastily preparing to manufacture a second frame with the same specifications as Hyperreal, with the goal of creating another miracle. Given these circumstances, Lee played a crucial role in activating the Hyperreal frame, should indeed remain in Babylonia to help the research. Besides, they're still working on new frames. Indeed. At this point, he's staying at Babylonia would be more beneficial for everyone. After a brief emotional moment, Liv resumes organizing the rescue supplies brought by Grey Raven. Even though Grey Raven arrived as quickly as possible, he only managed to rescue a portion of the refugees in the settlement. But to your surprise, during the operation, you encountered another team of humans who had arrived for the rescue. A team composed entirely of humans. Hi! You're the Commandant of Grey Raven, right? Hello! Allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Lucille, the deputy leader of the For a Better Tomorrow Sunlight Shines on All Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. What an impressive title. I came up with this group name myself. It's the one I'm most proud of this past year. Although our leader always complains it's a bit long. Anyway, we seriously owe you big time. Otherwise, our For a Better Tomorrow Sunlight Shines on All Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team wouldn't have been able to save so many folks. Aline? A refugee rushing over interrupts her speech. Seal, we put together a list of casualties for our team. Jamira and Gary encountered the red tide while gathering. Gary went missing. Also, couldn't find Tony, so we're marking him as missing for now. She sniffles sadly. Hey, perhaps Gary and Tony just took off in a different direction. We might bump into them at the next settlement. Seal comforts Aline by hugging her and gently patting her back. Then, you got any news on Moore? In a sudden moment of recollection, Aline gazes up with an expectant expression, brimming with hope. I'll ask around for you. Look, people from Babylonia are here with us. Seal winks at you. Guys, any clue where those constructs that were patrolling the nearby conservation area have gone? Constructs patrolling nearby? There was a construct with black hair named Moore. He's a member of the patrol team in the nearby conservation area. After checking her terminal, Liv looks up. I'm not entirely sure who you're talking about, but after checking, that name isn't on the current casualty list. Why did he? He must have been evacuated along with the conservation area staff. As the heterozone is expanding, many regular constructs can't handle the current concentration of the punishing virus. Risk they get corrupted, hostile. Babylonia has called back a batch of patrol teams from this area. I see. Aline lowers her head in disappointment. Come on, that's good news, right? At least everyone is moving in a direction. As long as all of us keep moving forward, we'll definitely meet again. Aline, let's give the list to the construct lady over there. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. What's the name of that construct lady? She gestures toward Lucia, who's occupied with her task. Lucia. And the other one is Liv. Alright, just give it to Lucia. Let's check the quantities of the remaining supplies, protective masks and serums. We gotta relocate fast. A human woman named Lucille shows you a grateful smile before turning to the group of refugees. How's the casualty report? I just reviewed the data with Lucia. Some of the rescued people have minor corruption that can be treated. She shakes her head, her eyes tinged with sadness. There are some corruption too severe. Not far away, the refugees seem to be gathering for a small ceremony. They put together a few old items, wrap them with brightly colored waterproof fabric, and securely fasten them to a tree. The elder in the group carves names one by one into the tree trunk. After the carving is finished, they stand around the tree, softly singing a brief, deep. Sorry, this might take a couple minutes. At a certain moment, Lucille steps back from the group and stands beside you, explaining in a soft voice. Fine. This is a tradition of our group. Just think of it as a funeral. When someone is confirmed missing, wrap their belongings in this colored waterproof fabric, inscribe their name, tie them to a nearby tree. they're still alive and find their way back here, they can use the information left on the tree to locate our next stop. If they don't find this place, or if they're truly gone, the remaining supplies and the belongings might help someone else passing by survive for an extra day or two. Do you have enough supplies? Honestly, we don't, but these are all inheritances. Our group has come so far by supporting each other. None of us wants to take the inheritances of our missing members. Our old leader once told us that someone managed to find their way back to us using these supplies. What if such a miracle happens to us too? Lucille, with a faint smile, looks at the naive child standing under the tree. These trees, imbued with a special meaning, stand as both tombstones and symbols of hope. Whether those who are missing truly lost their way or were consumed by the red tide, traces of their existence linger here. The world is barren, marked with scars. There's always something that gives humanity the strength to push forward. As viscous as silk that stayed at the bottom of a pond over many years, the red tide chases and spreads across the hetero forest. It's time. Surrounded by clusters of deep purple flowers, she tenderly bows her head, as though attuned to the gentlest whispers in the world. So this is what he meant. As long as the information is sufficient, this place makes the entire Earth. Conflict is also a pattern. They are born of the red tide, awakened in the red tide, and through it, they acquire a fresh consciousness. A nascent civilization blooms amid withering life, weaving a crimson narrative. As per the agreement with him. Set out. She tenderly caresses the creature that has just opened its eyes, her own subject. Go for, expand, and seize, just like what other civilizations did when they developed. We'll absorb everything that can enrich us. Go seek out a homeland where our civilization can take root and grow. Things aren't going well there. Right. Golden Echoes. The future is where hope lies, no? Charles Norman, the former chief executive officer of Norman Mining Corp, has been absent from 13 management meetings. Per Chapter 5, Article 11 of the Norman Mining Corp's internal regulation, in the event that the chief executive officer is absent from over 12 management meetings, the supervisory board is entitled to commence a vote to elect the next chief executive officer. As the pendulum strikes heavily against the wall-mounted vintage quartz clock, the sharp second hand heralds a new cycle of ceaseless running amid the ticking sound. It's time. Well then, the vote starts. Leonardo Norman is wearing his usual insouciant smile. In the dimly lit room, the board members are seated on couches, passing around the precious paper documents in their hands. Whispers break the silence occasionally, but soon, only the rustling of pages prevails. Leonardo narrows his eyes, appearing to casually inspect the room's decor. Once he takes over the role of Chief Executive Officer, from there, I endorse the replacement of the Chief Executive Officer with Leonardo Norman. I endorse the replacement of the Chief Executive Officer with Leonardo Norman. I abstain. Votes have exceeded half. Just one more. Wait. The door opens silently, allowing bright light to pierce through the darkness within the room. A pink-haired girl in an exquisite dress appears expressionless behind the door. Victoria? Leonardo abruptly stands up, staring in disbelief at the girl before him. You shouldn't be here. Go back. Oh, she's cute. She walks straight into the conference room without even giving Leonardo a glance. According to Chapter 5, Article 11 of Norman Mining Corp's internal rules, direct relatives of the Chief Executive are eligible to run for the next Chief Executive. I, Victoria Norman, am hereby applying to become a Chief Executive candidate. Victoria? Victoria, who of all people should know that this is not a place to play house. Leonardo has garnered many benefits from Norman Mining Corp, including protecting the group's assets during the military strike, Rono Labs in Babylonia. But you, Victoria, what can you bring to Norman Mining Corp? I have a lead on Dominic's legacy. The girl speaks calmly as she signals the person behind her to present a stack of documents. Dominic's legacy is crucial to the reactivation of the zero-point energy reactor and all the glory of the Golden Age. It is also what Norman Mining Corp has been pursuing all along. What? Victoria, do you even know what you're doing? Of course I do. The projection device activates quietly, and analysis reports come into focus clearly in midair. Babylonia previously intercepted a message sent from Gestalt. The content was nothing out of the ordinary, but this message had no recorded transmission backup, and there is no trace of it in the existing data within Gestalt. Babylonia immediately began internal analysis. It eventually found this message from the Golden Age in a dusty archive. After comparing the timestamps, they confirmed that this was no silly prank or April Fool's joke. I think everyone here knows what that means, right? It's a piece of information that shouldn't exist. Dominic built Gestalt, and Gestalt holds more information about Dominic than anything else. But after the transfer of Gestalt and Dominic's disappearance at the zero-point energy reactor, part of the data in Gestalt could no longer be accessed. The data wall has been breached from the inside. This is our opportunity to intervene. The heralds of Norman Mining Corp, us back to the of our glory. Am I the one going crazy, or is it you, my dear Victoria? Leonardo, there are many things that aren't as they seem. Victoria speaks softly as she brushes past Leonardo. She is sitting at the head of the conference room table, right underneath the bear's head. During the trade meeting, I've already reached an agreement with the military. If the plan passes, Norman Mining Corp will sell Helium-3 to the military at 25% below market price, provide some specific data from the time of Gestalt's construction. This is our bargaining chip. Norman Mining Corp will dispatch technical and research personnel to join the military's investigation of sealed data of Gestalt. Norman Mining Corp still holds the long end of the stick. We once assisted Dominic in building the foundation of the first generation Gestalt. We participated in the entire construction of Gestalt. As long as we can extract Dominic's legacy data, Norman Mining Corp's technological capabilities can develop new Inver devices, new constructs, and even a large-scale cleansing of the punishing virus to reconstruct Earth's zero-point energy reactor. We will inherit Dominic's legacy. We are looking at a new era for Norman Mining Corp standing where we are. Still nothing? No, the operation speed is far from what it was before the parts changed. Damn it! What if we don't replace them? We do that, and assuming all other factors are controlled for, and by other factors, I mean all components processing precision meeting the IT-1 standard. This is what we're going to end up with based on the new model of your plan. 3D projection device begins working, and quickly constructs a 1.8 meter tall concrete-like heavy apparatus. Do you really want to carry this mini central purification filter on a mission? Shit! Not to mention that, according to current ground reports, the spread speed and concentration of the punishing virus in the heterozone mean that even if this small external filtration device is 60% more efficient than a standard protector, it still isn't enough to purify the virus. Moving on to Plan B, then. Still not working, huh? Don't be sad. The military wouldn't have asked us in the Science Council to conduct joint research if this were a no-brainer. Science Council, Engineering Force, and Cosmos Technicians Union. Nearly all of Babylonia's top experts in Inver device technology, energy dynamics, and Omega weaponry are all here. Zero-point energy engine on the moon has reached its operational limit within the area, but the Omega weapons produced are still a mere drop in the bucket for this disaster. Without the Omega weapons line of defense, the hetero creature's attacks will intensify, and the rising concentration of the punishing virus will further deter ordinary construct. When the day the heterozone disaster restarted, no one here has really had a moment of rest. The research labs and testing ground are brightly lit. Researchers work tirelessly through the night, each trying to find the best solutions. While fully committed to creating a second hyperreal specialized frame, they continue to progress in many other directions. Intricacies of specialized frames mean they can't be mass-produced, but the researchers must create new devices that can adapt to more construct. Is there a way to enhance the purifying capacity of the Omega weapons? Is there a way to develop a new kind of external filter? Is there a way to save more constructs and human lives? Everything they are doing now aims to slowly turn the unknown into a possibility. Karenina and Teddy fall silent as they look at the model on the table together. Well, a gray-haired female construct wearing the Cosmos Technicians Union emblem standing beside them. She looks at the model on the table and suddenly talks. The inverted modifications like we did before. Mika? Why are you still here? Constructs don't need to sleep. Mika steps forward to operate the terminal without giving Karenina a chance to react. Mentor and I revisited Dr. Callan's research on the Inver device. We haven't exactly teased apart this technological black box, but we've made some other discoveries. The goal of the Inver device is to neutralize the punishing virus. Due to limitations in its materials, technology, and various other factors, all current mass-produced Inver devices have a processing limit. prevents ordinary constructs from entering areas with higher concentrations of the punishing virus. So, based on this, if we equip the Inver device with a more powerful processor, that's out of the question. They pay no notice to the group of researchers now surrounding them. Inver device is more complicated than any device we currently know. We can't just modify the processor in the Inver device when we've lost as much data as we have. The risk is indeed high. The inherent dangers of the Inver device. I am worried that the disaster with the earliest constructs will happen again. If only we had access to the data Dominic left behind. True. Saved us a lot of time if we had access to. What should we do now? Drag Dominic out of Reactor 1? Well, we don't need to go that far. That's just wishful thinking. Now, why don't we spend some time simulating a few more options? You'll have got time to mope around with long faces. Dominic has been gone for a while now, but time doesn't stop when heroes leave. And your research paper shouldn't stop just because Dominic is gone. Okay, we should still go with the plan we discussed yesterday. We'll start with the Omega weapons. And alter the Inver device. Could we consider adding a more powerful external processor? Yep. Thinking of using Gestalt? What about the issue of reverse infection of Gestalt? I've read all the data from when Gestalt was compromised. And, in the interest of playing it safe, I suggest we install needles for monitoring mind and electromagnetic pulse frailty rings on the construct's participating experiment. I will participate in the experiment. Electromagnetic pulse frailty rings? You really think that's gonna outrun the punishing virus? Get it. Look, here's a solution I got for you. If the initial plan works, I'll establish a small isolation area within Gestalt. All incoming data will only pass through the isolation area, and if reverse infection occurs, we'll immediately abandon the infected region and destroy it. By integrating the Inver device into Gestalt, we can amplify consciousness and enhance the processing power of the Inver device. A new test model is quickly constructed. Success rate is over 60%. Assemble a new team to start researching the new option. Karenina and Mika will lead the group. Eddie and I will be assisting. The rest of us here will continue working on what we've been working on. Hand me another wrench. Don't have to be dumb questions like what happened to the last one. Teddy, don't laugh at me. I'm not. Teddy, hold on. Asimov calls out to Teddy, who's about to leave with Karenina. Yes? That thing from Luke Aurora. Dominic's invitation. Have you figured out the second lock? Not yet. But I've already figured out some computational patterns. It likely uses a data lock with the conundrum algorithm from the Golden Age. Looks complex, but it's not entirely unsolvable. I just need more time. Golden Age. After all, it's Dominic's invitation. Dominic. The complex mix of emotions in her eyes. Teddy stops talking and walks toward Karenina. If we use the 0-point energy reactor, maybe we can finish this part like this. The 0-point energy reactor? Why are you bringing that up again? Isn't that supposed to be our last resort? Any projects are launched with the 0-point energy reactor as a prerequisite. I just heard 2 researchers over there saying how they want to connect the Omega weapon to the 0-point energy reactor to bump up its output rate. And then what? Fire a cannon from the moon and blow up Earth? That would indeed rid us of the punishing virus, though. Well, part of their discussion. Speaking of which, Dominic was the one overseeing production for the zero-point energy reactor, no? Could it have something in common with the Inver device? Dominic. I've been hearing that name a lot these days. She taps on the terminal a few times without much emotion in her eyes. Managed to solve the punishing virus? Not really. Dominic come up with the specialized frames too? Not quite. He did make the Inver device, but it's Asimov and his team that completed the specialized frames. A stream of data flashes across the screen. Hetty finally finished the task at hand, but she wasn't in a good mood. Engineering force can't just rely on a captain like you, Karenina, to build skyscraper. And our research system can't always depend solely on Dominic. Dominic? What Dominic? She slams the terminal screen shut. I think I understand what you're trying to say. Dominic left behind so much technology, there remains nothing more than someone of the past. As long as we keep moving forward like migratory birds and salmon swimming upstream, life will find a way. In the lab ahead, countless researchers work day and night to experiment with one solution after the other. Future is where hope lies, no? What purpose does a civilization serve exactly? All it does is rely on one person for progress. Eddie? What's up with you today? You're being a little strange. Or did some keyword trigger this special mode of yours? Was it the last resort? Or reactor power supply? Got a bit too excited. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. Fire a cannon and blow up Earth. You might as well blow up your brain. Yeah, that would do it. The rare break doesn't last long. Barely a few minutes have passed before Asimov rushes back with new data. I really don't want to deal with your grumpy face. But what happened? Just got a notification. The heterozone is still spreading. Based on data from the Grey Ravens and the other elite squad, Red Tide is already approaching the Clean. Crimson tides crisscross on their eyes as it surges toward the edge of the Clean Zone. And the Grey Ravens uploaded very important hetero creatures forming a community. Asimov taps on the video. With a poor signal reception, it's hard to make out what's going on in the video. The footage first shows some humans in military boots, before showing Lucia fighting in the distance. In front of Lucia is a sprawling red tide. The hetero creatures are standing in groups amongst the trees, apparently observing the situation. Look over here. Asimov points to the edge of the ground. Alert. Formation. Launch assault. Shit! They've started to form groups. There's no time left. First of all, Grey Raven found the hetero creatures demonstrating group behavior during their investigation, which had never been seen before. All the locations we've seen this behavioral change in the hetero creatures, including those in the heterozone, are spread outside the Clean Zone in an arc. Simply put, cannot guarantee that the existence of the Clean Zone hasn't caused unexpected mutations. Mutations? If all hetero creatures exhibit group behavior, they also seem to be working together. It seems like they are being controlled. This has been described in witness and combat reports since the beginning of this year. The hetero creatures were pretty crazy before. They seem to be moving slowly in an orderly fashion just now. We saw them from the airplane. Anyway, all we know now is that they're slowly moving north, and it'll keep getting harder for us to launch counterattacks and break through. The soft branches of the red tide spread unhindered through the soil. They repeat, and they inherit. They gradually reach the branch of the treetop. Species compete for survival, and desire drives their evolution. Plundering and devouring, they are about to develop their own civilization. They're evolving. They're evolving. I think I'm gonna have to give myself a little, chapstick. It's getting pretty cold where I am, which means the air is getting drier. And so, as the air gets drier, so do my lips. It sucks. Alright. Should be good for now. Ugh. I am not a fan of winter. I don't know about you. Not my favorite. Survivors. With our hands, our minds, our vehicles. We don't need anyone to pity us. We can save ourselves. With the simple ceremony complete, new tombstones and fresh hopes hang from the branches. You've got everything packed? We need to leave soon. I'm sure we're gonna find ourselves a new home. Commandant! The terminal suddenly sends in Lucia's faint and distorted voice. Lucia? There's a red tide ahead, and we picked up a sign of a bunch of hetero creatures. The red tide is rising. It's coming your way. Copy. Come join us quickly. Copy. Can't help but wonder why the reception is as poor as it is when Lucia is supposedly not that far from where you are. Having no time to contemplate, you relay the news to Liv and Lucille right away. There's no time. Have to get out of here immediately. Let's go and get the supplies we have stored up in the back. Lucille wastes no time heeding the call. Hold on. We're out of time. Lucille waves you off before starting to pass down commands. The severely injured, elderly, and children board the large vehicle. Most of the young and able-bodied individuals head toward the supplies at the back. Is there anything else that needs to be done? They're injured. You vaguely recall that this old gentleman was rescued by Lucia from the red tide. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If it weren't for you, I'd probably... He points to his bandaged leg and palm, which were mildly ulcerated from contact with the red tide's shallows. Living may feel pointless. At least I'm still breathing. Have something to hope for. Is there anything I can do? I'm not as badly injured as the others. Still move. You're still recovering. You shouldn't be doing this kind of work. Hey, it's alright. I can still walk. These items go here. Push them over. Don't worry. At least I can still walk. If we move quickly, chances of meeting or rescuing Gary will increase. Even if just a little. Good lad. Even promised I'd help him find a girlfriend later. Don't worry. Go do what you need to do. I'll be fine. It's okay to be rescued. We can't just sit around and wait for others to save us. This land is yours as much as it is ours. In today's world, there are no true survivors. Alright, leave this to me. We should take a break, young lady. Working for a while now. And constructs need to take care of themselves. Liv stands frozen in place. Not far away, young and able-bodied refugees have already salvaged the first patch of supplies and loaded them onto the large vehicle. Lucia hurries back from scouting and assists you in helping the refugees with the first patch of supplies and the injured. Thank you for the prayers, Cole. I'm sure everybody in this story needs it. Is it because this group of refugees in particular has a lot of supplies? No, it's not that. The little girl sucks her finger. Her longing gaze falls onto the compressed biscuits among the rescue supplies. Well, then I presume it's because things on Earth have gotten better? No, it's not it either. With the red tide and hetero creatures surging in, humans now face a shrinking living space. This world, no one is truly a survivor. He mumbles, repeating the old man's words. Liv? Commandant? The young girl's eyes are firm and clear. Hey, you're severely injured. Don't move. Your leg needs to be held in place. Before she even finishes what she has to say, another wounded person draws her attention. The retreat operation continues orderly. Everyone's help. Lucia has secured a safe location. Before the red tide flooded the previous settlement, the Grey Raven team had already relocated with this group of refugees to an area far from the red tide. Just as they are settling down, a group of unexpected individuals approaches the camp. Is this place safe? There are 13 of us. Rest here for a while. Just a quick rest. We won't use any of your resources. Leave as soon as we're done resting. The elderly woman nervously rubs her hands on her mud-stained clothes. Don't worry. This area is safe. For now, at least. We've already sent scouts to check the area. You can rest easy here. Lucille points to the elderly woman away from their supply tents. One by one, disheveled refugees emerge from the forest behind her. Finally, place to rest. Construct? Seeing Liv bandaging the wounded, a tall refugee jumps in surprise. Yes. I mean, we wouldn't have been here without them. Why? Why didn't you guys show up sooner? Why? Why did you withdraw the patrol nearby? Why? Why? If only you guys had come to our rescue from that way. And if only you had shown up sooner. Then she wouldn't have died. The man roars, shaking with rage. If only you'd come a bit earlier. Just a bit earlier. She wouldn't have died. Don't want to see her in the red tide. What am I supposed to do? Exhausted, falls to his knees and cried out in anguish. Camp falls into a dead silence. So did my husband. Feeling the sorrow, another weary refugee begins to sob quietly. Why is Babylonia's rescue team always late? Nobody would have chosen to be born into a world like this had they had a choice. Having grown accustomed to such accusations, they know that silence is their best response. Troll is withdrawn because constructs are susceptible to the virus too. Wouldn't want to battle infected constructs while dealing with the Red Tide. Doesn't mean Babylonia can just abandon humans on Earth. He jumps up in anger and clenches his fists tightly, but is unsure whom to direct his anger at. Hey, it's not like that. Lucille gently holds his clenched fist and softly loosens his stiff, dirt-covered fingers. We're not giving up on anyone, and that's why we came. Cry if you need to. Grief is a divine right given to humanity, and tears are the proof of the lives once lived. The sun will rise again, right? In times like these, food is the best comfort for sorrow. The friction between the two groups of refugees quickly subsides. Soon, they are sitting around the bonfire and sharing a pot of steaming wild vegetable soup. Yes, I'm Liv. And you are... I'd run into you here. Do you remember Conservation Area? Conservation Area 043? You saved me once. I followed you to Conservation Area 046. I was going to head back to Conservation Area 043 to meet you guys. I heard you defeated the two monsters, but... The refugee pauses. I came to thank you. I don't think I would have survived without the last bit of serum you gave me. Is she talking about what happened in the surviving Luchim? Here. I've got a little something for you. What's... Serum tube. Saved me. Poured out the last bit of serum and cleaned it with saline. I kept this bottle, filled it with soil from the basement, planted a seed I found in a crack in a car. And this is what it's like now. Planted in the glass tube, the delicate green shoot wobbles, looking every bit as fragile as it is resilient. Thank you. I don't think I can take this. The refugee, however, turns and disappears into the crowd before Liv even finishes what she has to say. The crowd huddles for warmth by the bonfire, but the one person they wish to see is absent. Where is Lucille? Well, she's probably fine-tuning her vehicle. See, that one over there. Walking toward where Aline is pointing, find an orange-haired woman humming a tune as she scrubs the dirt off her vehicle. Jeez. These traces of the red tire are sure hard to get rid of. Pretty sure Mika would have known what to do had she been here. Deal? Huh? Holy! Hey, Grey Raven Commandant! I'm Luke Aurora. Wow! Didn't know Commandants have names, too. I thought you were just called Commandant 1, Commandant 2, and so on. Thank you for what you did back there tonight. Huh? What? Thanks for speaking up tonight. See, we're not terribly good at handling things like these. Oh, that? It's nothing. There's no point in putting blame. Their sorrow is justified. You haven't done anything wrong. As someone who benefited from your rescue, I couldn't directly take your side and speak up for you back then. I mean, I probably would have been the one crying had your transport craft landed over there. Sorry. Not a bad joke. Sometimes Mika says I can't read the room. It's okay. We've had our fair share of encounters like the one from today. But it never gets easier when you see people suffering. Had there been no red tide, had there been no hetero creatures, had the punishing virus never even happened in the first place, these people would have been living the most ordinary of lives in this world, no? There's no need to beat yourself up over things from so long ago. There's no what if in this world, right? Most of the refugee groups on Earth dislike Babylonia because of the Great Evacuation. I don't know if it's because I was too young to remember things, or if it's because my thoughts of what life was like back then haven't really changed. But I always find Earth more livable and comfortable than Babylonia. Calling it Babylonia makes it sound nicer than it is when it's just a cage hanging in the sky. Well, let's not forget that you've got to deal with all the corrupted and hetero creatures on Earth. Babylonia isn't absolutely safe, is it? Crimson Spiral Tower flashes in your mind. Lucille senses the answer from your silence and smiles. Hey, look! In this world, no one is truly a survivor. Babylonia is good in some ways, and so is Earth. Constructs fight endlessly for humanity to return to Earth, and humans should do their part too. With our hands, our minds, our vehicles, we don't need anyone to pity us. We can save ourselves. We will survive, no matter what. Our civilization will forever be rooted in Earth. Hums a song as she continues to polish her beloved vehicle. Back at the bonfire, Liv is calculating the expansion speed and direction of the red tide. So, the red tide is completely random. Current expansion speed of the red tide is almost 3 to 4 times faster than before. Its direction is predictable. Judging from the pattern of the last tide, the route I scouted this morning should be safe. Well, it's a good thing that Commandant had me scout ahead, or else we would have all been seriously screwed. Completely random. Let's report this. Right then, the terminal lets out a buzz. Strange. Even the signal booster isn't working. Could it be that Babylonia's communication satellite is malfunctioning? The terminal struggles to connect to the video call. Asimov appears on the screen, the dark circles on his face making him look gloomier than usual. I see your dark circles have gotten worse, Asimov. You ain't got no time for jokes. I requested a transfer order from Nicola. A transport craft from the nearest conservation area is already on its way to pick you up. What's going on? In short, we're planning to add an external interface to the Enver device and connect it to Gestalt, which is going to amplify consciousness and enhance the Enver device's processor. Gestalt? After receiving the so-called Dominic's invitation from Chu, you had a lengthy encrypted conversation with Asimov. Based on Chu's description, Asimov deduced that Dominic might be a set of data stored within Gestalt that had entered Chu's simulation through Gestalt itself. Well, are you sure? As Asimov gives you a long, thoughtful look. So far, you're the only Commandant who is engaged in operations within Gestalt. We need you to collaborate with the constructs for this experiment. Is this actually going to work? The test model has been validated. Success rate went from 64.13% to 69.29%. As long as the probability isn't 0, there's a chance it could be done. The transport craft will arrive in about 5 minutes. Get ready. I'll fill you in on the specifics once we're back in Babylonia. With it, Asimov ends the call. I've received a new mission order to help the refugees enter the clean zone with Liv. Commandant. Lucia and Liv seem worried. I'll be fine. The sun will shine once more. With one phase of the experiment temporarily complete, team members hurry off to take a rest. Teddy sits alone with a blank face behind the unfinished prototype while going through her terminal. Ain't got nothing on Victoria, huh? That's just sad. You even have the old man to help you. She lowers her gaze, apparently recalling something unpleasant. Christina. Buried there, the seed of civilization. Your father went on a great mission. You must follow his path, trace his footsteps, bring back his legacy. Only Dominic can lead humanity back to Earth. Sense. A faith pursued with flesh and bones find its way to divinity. Even if Dominic once led Norman Mining Corp to great heights. Pale blue data shines in the pink-haired construct's eyes as she focuses her attention on the screen. Ugh, we better have a way to stop them. The codes in her terminal flicker as the preset interception program quickly captures the necessary information. Project Herald cannot be reinitiated, no matter what. Absurd beliefs should not be revisited, nor should meaningless sacrifices be glorified. She intercepts the information she needs, ponders for a moment before forwarding it. Questions and answer. Yay, I get to try out Teddy! I love her little idol pose where she flops. And then she does Anki typing. Alright. Teddy! Leonardo of Norman Mining Corp to face fierce competition. There's no telling who will be the next CEO. Victoria claims to hold Dominic's legacy. The board members... Still taking it easy, Mr. Norman. Or perhaps I should be more careful and call you Leonardo instead. I can't believe you're here to poke fun at me when I'm already suffering. Victoria sure is coming at me with all she's got. He looks really different when he's not, like, dressed up. This doesn't seem like just your dear little sister's doing, right? No way a little girl who's been living in a sanatorium all this time could stir up a scene like this. Of course, the old man never truly trusted me. He only trusts himself and Dominic, wherever he may be. He lounges lazily in his chair, fiddling with the papers on his desk. I may look like the political representative of Norman Mining Corp, a respected senator, except I've never been the heir he had in mind to begin with. I acquired all the power I have now through trickery. But I was surprised to see what's become of Victoria. When did that even happen? Probably when you were out goofing around and telling her that Christina was busy working. Well, you've gotta lie to kids sometimes to put their minds at ease. I would have been a terrible adult had I let her face this dark and terrifying world that early on in her life. looking back now, I don't think your lies did any good at all. For once, Leonardo stays silent. So, what are you planning to do now? Raise the white flag and pledge allegiance to the great Queen Victoria. Not too bad. You might be better off. Speaking of which, you still owe me overtime pay. Triple pay. All my projects are basically stalled. How am I supposed to pay you that amount of... Considering your credit standing, I'll allow you to defer payment. So what's really going on now? Victoria's been spreading her news through every channel possible. More than half of the board is on her side now. This is happening because the old man still holds great power and supports her from behind the scenes. There's more to that. He looks down. The headline Dominic's Legacy newspaper seems to leap out at him, mocking his futile efforts. Norman Mining Corp rose to prominence thanks to Dominic's influence. Isn't Norman Mining Corp just a simple gold mining company? Mining alone wouldn't have been able to sustain the corporation for so long. I don't know what was happening back then. The old man always said that Norman Mining Corp wouldn't have been what it is today without Dominic. Besides, Dominic's legacy sounds way more intriguing than new energy exploration and development. Well, what's your plan exactly? I don't believe you're just gonna let things go. You sure know me like the back of your hand. I think I'm just going to join Victoria if we don't drop this topic now. My bad, my bad. The heavy atmosphere in the room lightens up a bit as Leonardo shuffles through the documents on his desk, lost in thought. I suspect the old man wants Victoria to become the new Herald. Herald? Are they planning to restart that project? Didn't hit me as a surprise, though. Except for Christina and me, everyone from the old man to the workers in Norman Mining Corp firmly believes that the Heralds of Norman Mining Corp will bring back its glory in the golden age to Norman Mining Corp. They're using information that shouldn't exist, sent by Gestalt, to use Babylonia's research and to restart Project Herald. Corono. Any news from Collins? Him? He's been lying low these days to avoid the military. And I'm afraid we won't be getting more out of him with Victoria exercising her pressure. But Victoria probably doesn't know that you're on my side. Huh? Are you sure? You were officially my security consultant, but I hired quite a few at the same time, not just you. And all your previous salaries were like those of other mercenaries that Norman Mining Corp hired. Y'all can get paid straight out of public accounts. I got you a maintenance leave when you went to Conservation Area 109 last time. You're welcome. Is that why I had a pay cut that month? Leonardo Norman. Easy. I'll compensate you double at the triple rate. Now, back to business. In theory, Victoria isn't going to notice you. Collins probably won't bother bringing this up to the old folks either. I'll make a big announcement about competing with Victoria and push some of my projects to make life a little difficult for my dear little sister. As for you, just keep showing up to work as usual. Cozy up to Victoria's security consultants and find out what clues she has about Dominic's legacy. We have to stop Project Herald. At all costs. What? Project Herald? Haven't you heard? Everyone's talking about it. Power struggle at Norman is practically turning Babylonia upside down. I have a friend working at Norman who says the higher-ups are recruiting a new batch of heralds to push some kind of plan. And the pay is great, apparently. What's with that look on your face? This is how I look when I hear something disgusting. Leonardo has got a long way to go. Huh? What did you say? Why are you whispering all of a sudden? I was just asking if you decided who you're going to hook up to Gestalt. Mika was going to apply, but she's the only one left in the Inverdevice research area and has to assist from outside now because her instructor fell ill. Then Asimov wanted to get connected, but we'd have to turn him into a construct first for him to do that. The old heads at the Science Council made it absolutely clear that they didn't want to do that, so he gave up. I mean, I can probably do that too. I mean, you could take your blast hammer in there and smash Gestalt. You have a designated isolation zone set up already, and abandoning the contamination zone is something even a monkey could do with a button press. Let me do it then. Wait, you? But you tell people you're a tech person, no? Just because these real-time experiments are just models doesn't mean they're risk-free. Think your frame can stand it? Remember how many times you turned me down when I offered to come up with new frames for you? All you did was change up some parts and coatings unwillingly. Karenina. Just in time. Teddy's here too. Commander Nicola? Norman Mining Corp will be part of the Inverdevice experiment this time. We've reached an agreement with Norman Mining Corp. They'll pass on some initial construction data about Gestalt, including some confidential files from the time of the Great Evacuation. Help with relocating part of it. Norman Mining Corp's request to participate in selecting the first construct for the connection experiment. Additionally, they hope to send in technicians to be involved in the entire experiment. So, who did they choose? You. Nicola looks thoughtfully at Teddy. You have the right to choose and the right to veto. Nope. Don't think I'm going to do either of that. The test model is built, and I can start the experiment anytime once the tuning is complete. The Grey Raven Commandant has already accepted the orders. It is returning urgently. Luke Aurora will ensure your mind remains as stable as possible. Mind you, though, that the assignment isn't completely risk-free. Of course, I know what I'm getting myself into. There's no need to waste time. It's part of my job anyway. We only lose more lives on Earth with every minute passing by. Never forget the value of life, right? Karenina shifts her gaze to the space behind Nicola, frowning in disapproval as she looks at her. Seriously, I can handle this experiment on my own. You all are just going to get in the way. Any idea who said that? Hey! This isn't the time to bring up old grudges! The transport carrying Luke Aurora has arrived at Babylonia. Don't worry, everything will be fine. With a grin, Teddy walks away without looking back. Still feeling a little dizzy from the flight, finds herself standing at the entrance of the testing ground that the Engineering Force and the Science Council have established jointly. The new testing ground is located next to the Computing Power Center in Babylonia, which is intended to make it easier for Gestalt connection experiments to be conducted. After numerous steps of verification, you're finally in the testing ground, seeing several faces you recognize. Hand me another X22 control stick. You munching on parts? Where did you put that control stick just now? Lee? Commandant? I asked to be temporarily reassigned to Asimov's research team to lend a hand when I learned about all this. Don't worry, I'll be following the experiment closely. Hey, Luke Aurora, are you all set? We'll get the show on the road once Captain Smart puts the last part in place. And I sure hope her invention isn't going to end up sending me off somewhere. Teddy? Teddy shrugs and walks over to your side. Not far away, a few researchers stand scattered about, wearing white lab coats bearing unfamiliar symbols. Who are those people? Who are you talking about? Those people in the white coats? Blind followers, unrealistic dreamers, and practitioners with hollow ambitions. Huh? They're researchers from Norman Mining Corp. Norman Mining Corp struck a deal with the military. They traded in some classified information about Gestalt in exchange for a chance to be part of this experiment. Norman Mining Corp? Why would they want to be a part of a military experiment, though? Just them and their unrealistic fantasies about things that don't exist, I think. They're dead sure that the punishing virus would just be scared into leaving Earth. They could dig up even a tiny bit of information about Dominic from the grave. Just one piece of impossible information was enough to make them swarm like flies. God only knows what's going to happen if they ever learn about Dominic. She chuckles as she lowers her voice. Still can't quite wrap my head around this thing, though. This whole Dominic thing. I was young. Used to dream about you like this. Make her suspicious. Are we really going to bet all we have on Dominic? Maybe it's because Dominic represents the answer. Nobody would spend time trying to reinvent wheels, and there are answers ready for them to just copy. But there will eventually come a time when they run out of answers. No? Shouldn't we be thinking about where the problem actually lies? What worth do we hold? All technology does is rely on archaeology to find our answers. Can a hero from the past really save the present? Faced with Teddy's question, you find yourself at a loss for words. There is Dominic, who carries everyone's hopes on the one hand. There is mankind, who's dumped everything on Dominic they can't solve on their own on the other hand. Can heroes from the past save the world as it is today? Can a hero from the past really save the present? We've got to walk the walk ourselves, if we want to go far. She gazes at the machinery in the distance, lost in thought. Shit! Ta-da! Done. I'm actually not sure if that was shit, or if that was supposed to be a different curse word, but whatever, it was 4 letters and that was the first one I thought of. The signals on the terminal screen begin to flicker one by one. Device number 1, test completed. All clear. Device number 2, test completed. All clear. All system debugging completed. All clear. Aurora, remember that time when I explained to you how to dive into Gestalt's program? Yep. You guys are in there. We'll test for the punishing virus concentration here. Don't worry though. I've put a risk threshold alert in place. Understood? Understood. Now, Asimov looks around as he lowers his voice. Got an additional mission for you. You're in there. I'll need you to check Gestalt's internal data. Talking about Dominic, no? Based on our hypothesis from early on, believe it's highly likely that Dominic still exists in Gestalt. Except I can't be sure if they like or hate each other after all this time. Teddy will be following you closely as you go. Best of luck now. Immersion complete. Danger threshold warning initiated. Is the comms working? This is Teddy. I can hear you. Commandant? I feel a bit dizzy. Vital signs are stable. Slight dizziness is a normal side effect of immersion. There's no need to activate the medical insurance you got from Starblink. Begin monitoring Gestalt's internal defense system. Have to look deeper into this. Monitoring system loaded. Ready, Commandant? Routine Gestalt maintenance archive. 0.023% computing power lock fluctuation compared to last month, but still under the alarm threshold. Data lock is normal. No unregistered sending and receiving records. The data fragment you sent over has subtle but the same fluctuation as that message. An abnormal code I've never seen before. Huh. Gestalt Babylonia Forum Data Archive. Themed post. LOL. The engineering forces notice has been torn off again. Casual post. Grey Raven Commandant fashion discussion. Cast your vote. Big issue post. Have you heard of Dominic's legacy? What is that exactly? Gestalt security programs. Must be something wrong over there. They might attack indiscriminately. Get ready, Commandant.
Simulating trace erased. There's a glitch. Hook. Found them. Simulating attacks. Is that all you got? Okay, my turn. Simulating found the bug. Accurate hit. There's a glitch.
The remaining data fluctuation is weird. Let's check it out.
There's a glitch.
We trigger Gestalt's internal security system. There's something in this message. We're disabling Gestalt's internal security programs? Why is it here? Can it get us deeper, Asimov? Hey, careful. You hit it? Clearance confirmed. Access granted. New security programs. Something's off. Is the password working, Commandant? System error. Unauthorized access. Wait. These are not Gestalt security programs.
There's a glitch. Trace erased.
I meant to hit that. Let's look at other data first, Commandant. We'll put the abnormal data aside for now. Environment doesn't match. We can't read the data fragment right now. Let's send it back and let Asimov handle it. Are you sure about the coordinates, Asimov? We're at the border of Gestalt's safe area already. I've analyzed the second data segment you sent. The closer you get to abnormal data, the more its fluctuation matches the target. I've traced the data and sent you the coordinates. Gestalt command record. Accepting arithmetic-based detector energy threshold calculation command. Accepting redacted detection command. Sending redacted. Sending satellite redacted command. Redacted. Data read successfully. Like I thought. Those are the security programs with the unknown data. Watch out for them.
Simulate found the bug. There's a glitch. Is that all you got? Okay, my turn.
With the coordinates, we can jump to the location of the abnormal data directly. That's outside Gestalt's safe area. I'm not sure about what lies beyond the abnormal data. If anything happens, Asimov, terminate the immersion program immediately. Let's go. So, this is where the abnormal data came from? Weird. Asimov, can you observe the data stream of this place out there? I can't. The place you're in is beyond the range I can observe. Judging from the location, it might be.
There's a glitch. Simulating attacks. Hook. Trace erased. Found the bug. Accurate hit.
I love the sounds that Teddy makes when you fight as her. Science Council Section 1 Backup Data. Device, design. Originally designed to fight the punishing virus. Accept human mind beacon through. Decided to name it the Inverer. All is cut. We go in and check it out, Commandant? Let's check it out. The unknown security programs. Looks like they're in hibernation. Let's check out the data over there before they wake up. Golden Age fashion design code. 1. Mind the stitching. The stitching. How many times do I have to repeat myself? It has to be neat, straight, and evenly distributed. Metal? Metal closed surfaces need to be flat as well. Don't try to fool me with rubbish. It seems this is not the end of the design code. Found it. Teddy cracks a string of code that's too complicated to be read and finds a loophole in it. There you are. No, doesn't seem like it. More like a glitch from computation. Hard to imagine Gestalt would make glitches like this, though. All software comes with glitches, we'll say. That might be true. Fishy how we're spotting this glitch now of all times. First trial complete. Ready to disengage from immersion. 3, 2. When the brief darkness lifts, a piercing light suddenly fills your eyes. Commandant? How are you feeling? I'm feeling okay. Lee says no more as he passes you a cup of warm water. Your brain is finally up and running again a few minutes later. How's the test data looking? Did observe an enhancement in the Ember device's processor from the Ember device's connection to Gestalt. Teddy's frame was able to withstand a higher concentration of the punishing virus than we thought it would when we tested it for tolerance the first time. Except, Teddy's mind fluctuated harder and harder when the punishing virus grew in concentration. He'll only be able to say more when the experiment report is out, though. By the way, we know where exactly the glitch is now. Yes, the information that was leaked earlier was in that glitch. There's probably more to it. Message cracked. It's got to do with the Ember device. Which means we'll probably come across more data about the Ember device if we get inside the glitch. Unlock Gestalt's computing power, though, says Asimov with a furrow. The Pandora's box, and we don't want to move it. But if we focus on the glitch instead of unlocking Gestalt's computing power, and if we keep digging through the glitch when we do another experiment, if we really get our hands on the data, that mean we'll stand a chance to make the Ember device even better? This possibility is undeniable. It didn't take long for a decision to be made. With the exception of a few scientists from the Science Council, most congressmen expressed their support for this initiative. Hard-pressed as they are, mankind would hold on to any thread of hope in sight. Seems like the young ones from the military made a significant discovery. Is some sort of new surprise you've left me with? How? My reservations. I'm against sending Christina this risky mission. Norman Mining Corp, successor to Dominic. Yes, Christina's talents are beyond question. But how does a successor compare to Dominic himself? I hesitated for a long time when I made this move. Seems to have paid off. Christina has indeed exceeded my expectations. New Herald candidate for Reactor 1. Fully recruited. We're ready to begin at any time. Yes, let's proceed with implementation once we acquire the technology we jointly developed with the military. We can start getting things rolling now. About Leonardo? Ignore him. We're not stopping at any of his tricks. Victoria, Supervisory board will definitely be on your side. The elder figure hidden in the shadows emphasizes the word you. The word you. Go ahead and keep following up. Apply for group support if needed. At the entrance to the meeting room, human waiting for feedback responds quickly and leaves. Batch of heralds. Surely they'll go further than the last. Down memory lane, dazzlingly lit banquet hall is a blur of glasses and laughter as the tall figure in a white research coat arrives in a hurry, their silhouettes stretched out infinitely. We're starting a golden age. In it, we shall reach further and higher. We shall guide humanity into the vast starry skies. Scientists from several research institutes approach Dominic eagerly, enveloped in an indescribable aura as they engage in lively conversation. Young Charles Norman finally secures a chance to attend this gala. He really wants to strike up a conversation with one of these people. His father told him long ago that their family's hopes rested on this, that he had to seize opportunities like this if he wanted to take a company further than just mining enterprise. He wants to step forward, but can't help feeling anxious. They're probably going to see him as some greedy businessman trying to sniff out the moolah. But here he is, having been chosen. Dominic has chosen him for the most sincere bid and the purest minerals he'd offer. Dominic has led him, Norman Mining Corp, and all of humanity scale unprecedented heights. Old friend, we will join hands to bring a brighter future to this world. He raised his wine glass toward the window to offer a distant toast. Yay! Okay, what's next? A singular choice. This really is a wonderful place to settle. The field is fertile and vast, and it is surrounded by water sources, making it a great location for setting up new farms. I'm just gonna drink something else again. After another long journey, the small group of refugees finally reaches a place that seems safe. Bright sunlight pierces through the shadowy forest, casting a beautiful yet unrealistic haze over everything. Phew! Let's set up the camp. The first vehicle comes to a halt, the silence of the engine signaling the brief peace they are about to experience. Wonder if we'll run into more in Gary. Busy setting up makeshift tents, Aline feels a bit down. Don't worry, if we don't meet them here at this intersection, there's always a next one. Encouraged by her perpetually bright smile, the refugees keep moving forward. Lucia, is everything around us? Safe for now. Ugh. Good. Some of these guys are severely injured. Can't move them any further. They need to rest for a while. The rest of what Liv says blurs into a soft sigh. No one can guarantee that this camp is already a sufficiently safe haven. I've adjusted our course. We still have some distance to cover before reaching the clean zone. As long as we can hold out until we get there, we'll be fine. Alright, I'll go check on the injured again. Fortunately, they have brought a large amount of supplies earlier. Even though they have lost a small portion during their escape, the rest is enough to sustain this small group until they reach the clean zone. It's been so long since I basked in the sun like this. Hey, we haven't had time to chat lately. Lucia, does Babylonia get sunshine too? Yes, Babylonia has a weather simulation system to maintain its operations. A simulation system? Sounds like it wouldn't feel as nice as the sun on the ground. She stretches out her arms and gives a lazy yawn. Well, for a moment, Lucia almost forgot what the sun in Babylonia felt like. The simulation system serves the same function as the sun on the ground, but Lucia can't be sure if she's being fair. But the sun in Babylonia doesn't seem as bright and warm as this one on the ground. Gentle light spreads across her synthetic skin, reminding her of the times she spent in her little garden at home. It's a pity. I bet Mika misses the sunlight here. Mika? Yeah. He's my best friend, the very best kind. She stretches her arms out so far that they form a circle that can encompass the entire forest. And she... No, she's not dead. Don't make that face. She went to Babylonia. She helped a woman with some sort of experiment when she was still around. The woman was a professor from Babylonia and thought Mika had great potential. She said she could help Mika get a special application done to continue her research in Babylonia. The woman said she could take me along too, except I'd have to go as a construct. Both Mika and I took that polymer test or whatever. She passed, but I didn't. Mika didn't want to go because she was feeling upset, so I asked her why. Babylonia has got everything she needed to do her research, and I knew that's what she'd always wanted. Someone has always got to be there to watch over us. Someone has always got to fight for our future. Plus, we can still contact each other through the conservation area. There was even this one time where she used a business trip as an excuse to meet me at a nearby conservation area. Wait, you guys are allowed to do that, right? I don't want to get her into any sort of trouble. No, it's okay. Babylonia doesn't stop people living there from contacting people living on Earth. I mean, no one can truly detach themselves from Earth anyway. That's great! She flashes a big smile. She probably can't bask in the sun like I can. Which is a real shame. This forest is really nice. We're seeing all this lush, wild grass, even during this time of the year. Which means there has to be a rich water source nearby. Would totally love to stay here a few more days. Used to stay here for long whenever we came, but... She looked back at the people bustling around. After the first vehicle comes to a stop, the refugees begin to transform this small enclosed plot into a livable space. Simple tents are erected, and the quick-handed refugees are already laughing and chatting as they take their muddy clothes to wash. The wounded settle in, and their souls, soothed by the sunlight, sink into a deep sleep. Oh, that reminds me a little bit of when I was in college. So, in all of the rooms that I slept in, actually, my bed was right up against the window. So, when I would have, like, a morning class and I would get back, I would usually like to take a nap. And I would get on my bed, and I'd leave the window open, and the sun would keep coming through the window, and it felt so warm. I used to love doing that. Now that I'm living at home again, though, there aren't really any good places to do that. There's just nowhere good to lie that's, like, close enough to the windows. But whatever. Time seems to have suddenly come to a peaceful halt at this moment. Oh, I don't think I've seen that Kirby emote. I mean, I definitely have, but I don't think I've noticed it. It's super cute! Herpy gets a good sleep. Gotta love moments like this. This is what life should be like. The Commandant has been back at Babylonia for some time now. Wonder how things are coming along there. I've been recording tasks like this for a while now, since we haven't been able to maintain daily contact because of poor reception these days. According to the map on my terminal, we should be very close to the edge of the clean zone now. I've spotted traces of the red tide about 100 kilometers around us, though. Liv spent a long time calculating the movement patterns of the red tide. Hasn't found anything so far. The leader of this refugee group told me just a few days ago that they'd like to stay here for a while if possible. They believe this place is suitable for setting up camp and rest, and it's close to the clean zone. They want to take some time to recover from the heavy losses they sustained from the escape. I'm not sure how to explain the situation to them. If the Commandant were here, I'm sure there would be a way to fill the refugees in on the situation, though. Given how close the red tide is to where we are, we'll have to leave either today or tomorrow, and keep moving. As the short video recording ends, Lucia shuts off her terminal. Liv, on the other hand, dashes over this way. Lucia, how's everything looking? Have to get out of here either today or tomorrow. We can't predict how fast the red tide is rising, which honestly is making me worried. Looking at the thriving little camp behind her, Liv remains silent. Living and surviving have become all too common choices. People swept up by the red tide have no right to refuse. They need to make a choice. Taken in another batch of refugees that made it out of the Western Conservation Area. 2 cobbled together vehicles that barely ran, and we had enough space to carry all the wounded. Suppose that's some good news. She forces a smile. Among the refugees, there's an observer. Station Area's observation station. Brought along some data and equipment claimed were crucial findings about the heterozone, meant for Babylonia. I've checked his ID, and he is indeed a registered observer. Hey, stop fighting already! The commotion at the camp entrance interrupts their conversation. Careful. What's happening? I have to take these tools and documents with me. You people have no idea how precious these things are. You know what? Never mind. No point trying to explain myself when you don't even have what it takes to appreciate them. He scrutinizes the angry refugees with an arrogant look. With all your stuff out of the way, we could fit at least 3 to 5 more bags of supplies. Hay, compressed rations, seeds, even untainted soil would be more valuable than your pile of junk. Here! We toss out all that trash, we're gonna have so much more space! Don't compare that garbage to these! You people know nothing. Do you realize how valuable this is? You just call food garbage? A tall refugee rolls up his sleeves, ready to punch him. Stop fighting, I said! Separating the refugee from the observer without breaking a sweat, Lucille frowns with her arms crossed as she looks at the observer, still guarding his research equipment. Didn't you all escape here together? Why are you fighting amongst yourselves? They're an ungrateful bunch. I fixed the vehicle from the observation station and agreed to take them with me, but now they want to dump my equipment and research records. Why would I have bothered fixing this vehicle if it weren't for these research records and equipment? The refugee frowns, still upset by the observer's actions. If you're going to save people, don't just half-ass it. Haven't you been eating all that food and seeds? we'd gotten rid of that junk earlier, we'd at least have had room for double the food. Food is life. That pile of junk and your precious papers are just burdens during times like these. The observer says nothing, but continues to protect the research equipment and stacks of reports behind him, all the while not moving. Well, about you guys, and what about you? Are you planning to stay and temporarily settle in our camp, or... Still... You're eating the popcorn, huh, Cole? The girlies are fighting! Oh my god! What is it? At Liv's signal, Lucille pauses the conversation and moves with Liv to the back of a nearby tent. Lucia has found traces of the red tide over 100 kilometers away. How much time do we have left? I have to leave either today or tomorrow. All right. After a brief pause, Lucille smiles again. There's no time to waste. Thank Lucia for me, or else the red tide might eat us all up while we're sleeping. It's great to have you guys here. It gives Lucia a distant thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll get them to pack quickly. We'll aim to set off tonight. It's a shame we need to leave this place so quickly. He looks around longingly. This really is a wonderful place to settle. The field is fertile and vast, and it is surrounded by water sources, making it a great location for setting up new farms. With enough resources and time, they could have turned this into a small settlement. During their stay, the refugees have even started building fences around the camp, transplanting edible wild grass from the surroundings. This was once their chosen new homeland. Upon hearing Lucille's announcement, the refugees fall silent. I don't want to leave here. I just planted my own seed. It's just sprouted. I even gave it a name. You said this would be our home from now on? Child's cries carry a certain poignant resonance, and the quiet whispers within the camp gradually fade, replaced by a heavy silence from the shadows. In a world so tough and tainted by mud and smoke, humanity retreats with no refuge, losing one home after another. What else can be done? Stop crying! Having picked up a battered pot lid, Lucille stands up on the vehicle and bangs it loudly, the clamor of metal instantly dispelling all the gloom in the camp. Do you want to stay here and be devoured by the red tide with this place, or come with me to find a new homeland? The choice is yours. Besides, as long as we're all together, there's always going to be home, no matter where we go. She throws away the lid, causing a loud clang. She stretches her arms out wide, forming a circle that encircles everyone standing around the vehicle. Do we all still remember what the old leader said? Crying and standing still in sorrow does you no good. Come on, let's move. This is a good thing. We're ahead of those enemies this time. If it weren't for Lucia's warning, we'd have been caught by the red tide again. At least this time, we're all still together. The crowd murmurs softly, anxiously gathering closer in fear. Before they raise more questions and shed more tears, Jamira has left the group. He limps towards his camp. Hurry up and pack your things. I don't want to feed my other leg to the red tide. True. I don't want those ghastly creatures chasing me again. Spurred by Lucille's words, the refugees turn quietly around and gather their belongings. Even faced with a one-way choice, humans still yearn for life. With life come miracles. Phew. I thought people were going to lose it and stage a protest. Jumping off the vehicle, Lucille pats her chest, still feeling a little daunted. I thought you were fearless. Well, no one is truly fearless. I was feeling confident because the old leader had my back. And I was feeling confident after that because Mika was there to keep things under control. Don't know what I would have done without you. We're getting more and more newcomers these days. Not every one of them lends me an ear like you do. I would like to officially have you join the For a Better Tomorrow Sunlight Shines on All Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. How does that sound? Thanks. But no thanks. No matter how winding the journey is, they've set off again. They are still fearful, still uneasy, but they now know where to go at least. Is this really going to work? Of course. Look, this little grass I grew just fine. Just need to transplant it into an empty serum bottle, like this. Definitely continue to grow. Keep going until we make it to the clean zone. You'll be able to shower it with more sunlight, raise it in an even bigger garden. Think it'll have those bright red fruits in the stories? Yep, of course. Under the cover of night, humans leave where they temporarily called their home. On Lucille's vehicle, two small transplanted grasses in serum bottles lean against each other, in the company of the humans as they venture into the darkness. Victoria. Remember the story I told you before? I do, Grandma. Remember what I told you about your life. Toil we put in for you. Now it's your turn to fulfill your duty. Don't forget what I asked you to do. Tell the gods to grant us well. Ask the gods to gift us with prey. Gave you food, joy, and health. Now, it's time to repay us, Victoria. How's the research going? Leteri has made new breakthroughs and is in the second phase of experiments. First batch of heralds has begun their transformations. Watching us, old friend? Like a broken bellows, the old man's chest wheezes out a peal of laughter. Grandfather, don't want to overwork your body. It's all right. This is worth celebrating. Let's toast to tomorrow's brilliance. To Dominic. The heralds are beginning their transformations. I don't like whatever that is. Yeah. The three of them. He is no longer someone's follower or replacement. From now on, she just has to be herself. Teddy? Did you hack into my terminal and change the alarm settings again? You mess up the traction calculations again, I'll hack into your sleeping pod and lock you inside. Or else you're gonna end up smashing your own fingers with a hammer someday. As far as these additional frame repair costs go, I'm not gonna fill out the reimbursement forms for ya. You know what? Forget it. Ren and I can't seem to come up with a good comeback. It's time to head over to Gestalt. Asimov and the Grey Raven Commandant are waiting for us. Chop chop. Teddy says, giving Karenina no time to react. Just as they step out of the engineering force's main entrance, they run into someone they weren't expecting to see. Hey, Christina! It's been a while. What are you doing here? Can't believe you didn't tell me you were going to upgrade your frame. It suits you so much better. I'm feeling like my little sister's all grown up all of a sudden. Oh, this suddenly brings tears to my eyes. There is no Christina here. Come on, we've been through that already. I probably don't seem like the emotional type, but words like those can still hurt sometimes. Well, I'm leaving now, if you've got nothing else to say. Oh, is that all you've got to say to your brother? Wait, haven't you seen the news these days? Well, granted you haven't. You've seen all those guys in the lab coats, right? Teddy nods at Karenina to go ahead while she slips into a quiet side corridor. Only have a few minutes. You'd better get straight to business. Won't do us any good if they see us still in touch. Alright, fine. I was sidelined at the core management meeting. The old man and Victoria teamed up to seize control of Norman Mining Corp and meddle with Gestalt. Well, fast, ain't it? Well, didn't you see all these coming your own way when you inherited that stupid amount of fortune? You made this choice yourself. Wealth and freedom. You've made your choice, no? Christina? Are you there? I'm right here if your eyes aren't just for show. I'm pretty busy, actually, so just say whatever you want to say. Come on, I'm here to discuss our little plan with you. Close the door. I've already switched to the nearby surveillance. How's Victoria doing? The old man is still claiming she's recovering from illness. I've seen her a few times through surveillance, though. She kept asking me where you were because she wanted to hang out with you. I've tried to get her out. No luck so far, though, since the geezer's men are always around. I get the feeling they want to use Victoria for something, but I can't do much about it. Leonardo furrows his brow. Everyone in Norman Mining Corp's upper echelons knows that no matter who the next successor is, it won't be Leonardo. People recognize him as an outcast. Charles Norman, Norman Mining Corp's power holder, favors the talented Christina and the frail Victoria, who's making a long-term recovery from her illness. He never trusted you. He's not going to let Victoria go. She is the only leverage he has over us. I can't get Victoria out, but I can still make life a little difficult for the old man. Thanks for the smokescreen, by the way. Got my hand on some fresh intel. Cascade of transaction records for all sorts of resources and money flows past the screen. Rono, you sure this is right? I don't find this joke funny at all. Are you doubting me? Oh, no, it's just... really didn't see this coming. The butler might think he's covered his tracks well, but he's gonna need a professional to do the job when it comes to destroying information. Like you? Well, they can't afford me. Having ties with the infamous Corono Group. That's bold. How do you plan to use this information? Going public with it is pretty risky, and we most likely wouldn't be able to stay out of the mess. That's your problem, not mine. I just want Victoria out. Don't you want out of Norman Mining Corp? Dominic's successor? Leonardo knows Christina hates it when people call her that. What good would that do me, though? Getting out of Norman Mining Corp doesn't mean I'll be able to make it out of Babylonia, right? It's like going from a small cage into a bigger one, says Christina as she quietly types strings of complex codes into her terminal, all the while without stopping. Dominic's successor, Little Dominic, Future Dominic. She despises these names, has gradually gotten used to living under their rules and titles. I've already been remodeled into a construct. There is nothing much I can do, even if I make it out of here. Let's get Victoria out first. Then, we'll deal with the rest after that. Well, you don't know what you're missing out on. The world out there is much more exciting than you imagine, Christina. Don't worry. We'll all get out of this place together. Come on, show me some love and support. Leonardo yanks open the curtains, flooding the room with a blinding light. Don't worry, everything will turn out fine. You'll all leave here and live the life you want. Hello, Miss Teddy. Your login credentials have been verified, says Teddy's terminal in a mechanical voice. Sure, Leonardo. Guess it wouldn't hurt to show him some trust, says the pink-haired construct with a rare smile. Guess I wouldn't mind lending him a hand if he ever needs one. Gotta start thinking about what I'm going to do after getting Victoria out. Well, terminal repair shop sounds like a good idea. With this transaction, she's going to be able to break away from that sacred name. And with it, the weight that has been imposed on her since birth seems to be slowly crumbling too. She is no longer someone's follower or replacement. From now on, she just has to be herself. Next, she's going to rendezvous with Leonardo at the location he specified. Despite the old man's far-reaching influence, confident that she has what it takes to dig up an even bigger scoop about Norman Mining Corp to get Victoria out of the old man's hands. All she needs is time. Leonardo? The address she was given leads her to an apartment in Babylonia. Doesn't exactly bustle with life. In it, however, doesn't see who she was expecting to see. On the table lies a letter that briefly explains Leonardo's intentions. I've thought about it for a long time. I've decided to go back home to inherit Norman Mining Corp's assets. Enjoy life, Christina. Clenches the letter tightly in her hand. Hey, been a while. Is this where you're working now? How's it going, Christina? Enjoying work? There is no Christina here. If memory still serves you, Mr. Norman, my name is Teddy. Why did you choose to go back to the Norman? She left behind ample documents that could serve as bargaining chips. According to their original plan, they should first leave Norman Mining Corp, then try to dig up enough evidence to get Victoria out. Well, guess I did that to inherit that stupid amount of fortune. I mean, I was naturally the only one the old man could have passed his wealth to. Two were gone, and Victoria has been trying to make a recovery all this time. Oh, is that so? Well, congratulations then. Leonardo bursts out laughing. So, Teddy, you still haven't answered my question. Are you enjoying work? Well, let's just say I'm surviving. I mean, I don't enjoy what I do as much as you do what you do. That's for sure. That's good. Yes, that's good. Squinting at Leonardo, Teddy says no more. I see you're as sharp as ever, Teddy. You either go with wealth or freedom, so there is really no issue with the way you're putting the situation. I've chosen the mire. I know I'm not getting out clean, but they're going to send down heralds again. But I guess this is no news to you. Leaning against the wall, Teddy gives him a mocking glance. Why else would I be here wasting time with you? You can't even handle Victoria. What a loser. Always well informed. That's my sister. Feigning a couple of coughs, Leonardo shakes his head and sighs. Victoria is now on the supervisory board, aggressively pushing forward Project Herald as one of the heirs of Norman. Thanks to the old man and Dominic's legacy, she's gained strong support from the board. No, those board members are almost fanatically believing in Dominic. He lets out a slightly sarcastic laugh. I don't know what the old man has been telling Victoria while I've been busy scheming for power. No one knows what he's thinking. Thanks for the update. I'll help you. Not just to stop that stinky project, but also to save Victoria. Teddy has broken free from the Norman family's predicament, but Victoria is still in there, let alone many more heralds who might be sent underground. Never forget the value of life. No one should be left behind. Let's temporarily cooperate and exchange some information. I don't want to work with a clueless fool. Teddy casts a glance at the surrounding surveillance and quickly operates her terminal to cover several data points. Alright, spill the beans. What do you have on your end? I've got some original documents signed off by the Norman Mining Corp, as well as a few intercepted emails between senior members. Don't ask how I got them. What do you have to offer me? You really trust your brother that much? I'm so touched. I'm leaving. Hey, wait! Don't play this trick again. Victoria is really wary of me. I've only got surface level stuff here. You have some confirmed intel. The old man is obsessed with Dominic's legacy, because heralds in the past once brought back some information. After several days of intense work through the nights, most researchers have fallen asleep on the spot, still in their clothes. Nicola silently stands beside Asimov in the corner of the room. After a simple greeting, Nicola looks at the monitor in front of Asimov. The screen is full of red spots. The analysis results out yet? Yeah. He taps the terminal. All the red tides, regardless of their sizes, have converged in the same direction. The measurement data uploaded from each evacuated conservation area and the sample test results brought back by Graveraven Commandant all point to one possible conclusion. Their convergence point, which is also the center of this heterozone red tide riot, likely to be the first city where zero-point energy appeared. The very first zero-point reactor. It was a symbol of civilization's pinnacle, and also beginning of its downfall. Is the data accurate? 87.67%. There might be minor discrepancy, but the actual location won't deviate much. Send nearby squads to investigate immediately. Tell them to bring back as many samples and data as possible, while ensuring their own safety. No one has ever stepped near that city since Dominic and his team sealed the zero-point reactor. As the first victim of the punishing virus outbreak, the city is surrounded by high concentrations of punishing virus, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. It's too dangerous. Asimov looks at Nicola disapprovingly. I'd love to use the Omega weapon to clear Reactor 1 directly if possible. However, Pioneer team led by Dominic to shut down the Zero-Point reactor is still listed as missing. What? According to the records from the Anti-Punishing Virus Command Center, many Science Council members, led by Chief Dominic, all joined the team to shut down Reactor 1. Under Dominic's instructions, military personnel, Norman Mining Court technicians, and constructs who went to assist were all arranged to stay on the outskirts of the city. 30 minutes ago, 45 monitoring stations set up by the Army simultaneously detected a surge in the punishing virus concentration in the area. Within 300 milliseconds, it rose to 20,000 times the original level, and we lost contact with Dominic and his team. In the following 30 minutes, there were no further increases in punishing virus concentration, and it is now spreading according to our diffusion model. Since that outbreak, none of the monitoring stations have captured any internal energy reactions. The General Staff ruled out all other possibilities, so we can infer that Reactor 1 has been shut down. Since we can't accurately confirm the status of the Pioneer team shutting down Reactor 1, they are still listed as missing. There are too many uncertainties. We're concerned that using the Omega weapon or the launch in his arsenal recklessly might lead to unexpected incidents. Nicola's terminal chimes in before he can finish his work. He quickly scans the message and gives Asimov a brief nod, then leaves the Science Council hall. Still thinking about Dominic? I have browsed through the records from the Anti-Punishing Virus Command Center. No human could possibly survive such a concentration of the punishing virus. How did Dominic manage to shut down Reactor 1? Did you really think one Dominic could achieve all that on his own? More than one Dominic. What kind of world did Dominic actually see? Carrying those secrets, Dominic is hidden deep in a city shrouded by high concentrations of punishing virus. Asimov shakes his head and opens another interface on his terminal. Teddy and I have unlocked the second layer of that storage card you brought. Found some codes. Seems to contain some information. Encryption method feels quite familiar. You remember the Heteromer shard from Bianca's Phantom Tracer? Of course. The gift of the future. Correct. So, could that gift also be something Nanami has sent back? Can't give a definite answer. Certainly a probability. But if it's Nanami, there might be some new angles we can work on. Asimov leaves the hall in a hurry, as if he's thought of something. Project Herald. Hey, Luke Aurora. You're 1 minute and 21 seconds late. How should I punish you? I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. Just get me a cherry-flavored electrolyte drink once you're done. She picks up the murky black liquid beside her and takes another sip. Is there a black variant of cherry-flavored electrolyte drink? Really should visit the Star of Life for a brain check. In what universe would a cherry-flavored electrolyte drink be this color? It's just... some kind of yucky but energy-boosting flavor. Why waste time drinking this awful stuff when you could just hop into a sleeping pod and get a couple hours of real rest? Is your mind really stable enough to dive into Gestalt again? Seriously, I can handle this experiment on my own. You all are just going to get in the way. Any idea who said that? Shit! See? I can even remember your heroic moment. Still worried about the stability of my mind? Just take care. Still mumbling, Karenina walks over to Mika with a frown. Final simulation test. Starting in 3, 2, 1. The low hum of machines echoes in the room, but other researchers in the testing ground do not seem disturbed at all. In small groups, they are either excitedly discussing something through their terminals or gazing at data reports in front of massive machines of unknown functions. You don't often see so many researchers gathered outside of the annual conference, do you? Science Council, Engineering Force, Cosmos Technician Union, and researchers from the Norman Mining Corp. Indeed. After returning to Babylonia, aside from handling essential tasks, you and Lee have spent almost all this time here. Even though most of the researchers are humans, they have been working relentlessly through the night, calculating every possible outcome. Already ruled out 1,324 proposals during this time. At the same time, 543 proposals have been refined. Once a proposal's feasibility exceeds 50%, a team is immediately assembled to test it. Just like us. Not far away, Karenina and Mika are in a heated argument. Soon become silent again after Asimov calmly reprimands both of them. Still, some insist that we should continue searching for Dominic's legacy, despite that the documents are probably already consumed by the corrupted and hetero creatures on the surface. Is that really necessary? Hetty casts a glance at the researchers wearing white coats with Norman Mining Corp's symbol as she takes another sip of the oddly colored liquid. Why do people always pin their hopes on a dream of the past, choosing to believe in a legend or history, rather than moving forward? Maybe they just need something to hold on to. A hope that requires sacrificing lives. I'd rather it never existed. What do you mean? You don't keep up the news, do you? Haven't you heard about the Project Herald that Norman Mining Corp launched to find Dominic's legacy? I only know a little. Basically, Norman Mining Corp started Project Herald during the early post-pandemic age. Rather than a project, it's more like a massive execution ground. An old bear head hangs above the nostalgic fireplace. Charles Norman sits in the head seat, shrouded in shadow. What's the latest news? Space Station has been completely overrun. The exact casualty figures are unknown, but it's deemed irrecoverable. There should be no need to stockpile more repair parts. The entire Starship fleet is destroyed, and the remaining sections of the spaceport are docked with the Eden II class colony ship. Some of our technicians have started to focus on repairing the colony ship. Charles remains silent, only tapping his fingertips on the armrest of the sofa, making dull thudding sounds. The aerospace fighters are nearly all lost. The Army might order another batch of raw materials. The Gestalt core has been successfully removed, and is currently being transported to the designated location. The pace of the thudding sound gets increasingly faster in the shadows. Last but not least, cautiously swallows. Dominic took a team with him and headed toward Reactor 1 to shut it down. Have lost contact with them. What? The sound of glass shattering echoes simultaneously with Charles' voice. Find them, now! What is the army doing? Useless fools! Where's the support from the corporation? Under Dominic's instructions, reinforcements for the army and us were arranged to stay on the outskirts of the city, about 300 kilometers away from Reactor 1. Yet, none of them survived. According to the last report from our monitoring station in the nearby city, shortly after they entered, the punishing virus concentration in that area spiked to immeasurable levels. Preliminary analysis by our researchers suggests that no one could survive in such high concentrations of the punishing virus. Have they been confirmed dead? Not yet, because they did manage to shut down Reactor 1. Due to the high punishing virus concentration, completely lost contact with the area around Reactor 1. If I may suggest, find them. But go find them. If humans can't enter with protective suits, then find mercenaries from within the corporation and modify them into constructs to search. If they manage to shut down the reactor, then Dominic must still be alive. Cost of that would be too high, sir. Cost? Gestalt, zero-point reactor, and even the construction of Eden 2. He single-handedly propelled humanity into the Golden Age, reaching for the stars. Do you understand what this means? That's an entire Golden Age. We control close to 70% of the world's mining and energy industries. We built monumental projects like Gestalt. We even contributed to interstellar migration. All these honors, every single one, were brought to us by Dominic. Now, because of this damned punishing virus, all the zero-point reactors have fallen, forcing us to retract all operations, leaving us stuck in this bloody place. Time like this, who cares about the cost? I don't doubt your decision, but can Dominic really save us from all of this? You don't understand what he means to us. Zero-point energy, Invertivice. Only the man with such brilliant ideas can restore everything to its original state. I've seen the brilliance and wisdom of the Golden Age. Thinking of the arrival of darkness makes me sick. I understand, sir. I'll make arrangements right away. Remember, at any cost, they have shared our family's glory. It's time that they contribute to it. The lifeless, gem-like eyes of the bear head reflect a faint flicker of the burning flames in the fireplace. Norman Mining Corp deployed a large number of pioneer team, referred to as heralds, into the city where Reactor 1 is located. Some did manage to transmit back some lost data and information, but without exception, none of them made it back. My father was among them. Your father? Yeah. Laughable, isn't it? Sacrificed his only child for Dominic. Even though I've read about the splendor of the Golden Age he often spoke of, I still can't understand what my grandfather was thinking when he made that decision. Project Herald. Such a fancy name. Sounds brilliant and glorious, but is it really so? All they do is blindly chase past glories, dream of unattainable ideal, pursue a dream that might never come true. What do these things have to do with the name Herald, anyway? To me, they're more like a group of beggars. Instead of finding ways to work hard, they dig up the graves of dead wealthy people, pleading for their last protection and mercy. Even if that wealth could still save everyone, we really want to sit in this space prison, waiting for these so-called heralds to bring back the hero's brilliance? Even Dominic won't be able to save humanity. All we do is sit here and wail. She lowers her eyes and lets out a slight sigh. Test complete. The location of the breach has been confirmed. Hey, Teddy! Are you sure you don't need a break? No. We are tight on time. Every piece of data left by the Ember device experiments can help us test a possibility. The sooner we figure out what the breach is, the sooner we can rest easy. It's a win-win. Teddy raises her head and gulps down all the black liquid in the cup, furrowing her brows before looking at you. I assume everything's smooth on your end too, Luke Aurora? Yep. Alright then, we'll take it from here. Ooh, on the ceiling. Jump success. How's it looking there? We have an upside-down city that looks like the Golden Age cities in the database. You're outside Gestalt's safe area. Be careful. Can you track the coordinates of the abnormal data again? I'm analyzing it. It's gonna take some time to pinpoint it. And try moving forward in the meanwhile. The data should be located deeper inside. Are you serious? Does deeper inside really count as a direction? What's this? Is this internal security program of the space? No, wait, that's not right. This framework be the data for environmental building? If we attack the data with code, the environmental data of this space is starting to rebuild, just as I expected. Another data cluster. It's a bit different this time. Why the coincidence? Link them together like this. Programs I've never seen before. Ooh. It's a defensive data stream. Watch out.
Found the bug.
Are these birds?
Simulate trace or found the bug. Accurate hit. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest. There's a glitch. Found the bug. Accurate hit.
Ba-ba-da-ba-da.
Hook. Trace simulating attacks. Accurate hit. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest. Found the bug simulating attacks. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
It's finally gone. Slight mind fluctuation detected. terminate the immersion program now? That's not necessary. It's no big deal. I've got the coordinates of the abnormal data. A bit away from where you are. Move carefully. Copy. This is what you meant by a bit away? Whee! You seriously want a technician to take a route like this?
Found the bug. Hook. Found the bug. Trace erased. Accurate hit. Is that all you got? Okay, my turn.
Whoa! Ah! I didn't do that right. I didn't know there'd be a quick time event. Took a picture. Okay. Done. Ah. Ah.
Simulating has found the bug. Accurate hit. Hook. Accurate hit. Is that all you got? Okay, my turn.
Yeah, I was ready for it that time. Trigger the defense system.
Simulating attacks.
So if you didn't know, the thing about
A glitch.
the thing about Teddy's ultimate is it has two versions.
Accurate hit.
Kinda. There's a version that happens. Well, you see how there's these like
Glitch.
little things around the signature move button. There's 5 of them. There's one version if you don't have all 5, and one if you do. The one where you don't have all 5, she looks kind of mad at you, and in the one where you do, she gets a smuggle smile.
Hook. Trace
You'll
found
see.
the bug. Accurate hit.
Here's the good one.
Shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
Yeah.
There's a glitch. Found the bug. Accurate hit.
Woo!
handle the rest.
In we go. Oh, what's that? Teddy. How annoying. I'm just a technician.
Trace found the bug. Accurate hit.
Ah.
Found the bug. There's a glitch. Huh. Trace simulating attack. Found the bug. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
What is it? That program was a hassle. We're about to reach the coordinates you sent. Copy that. Signal me immediately after you obtain the normal data around the coordinates. I'll start terminating the immersion program. That wasn't too bad. The vast testing ground lies silent. Only the hum of machinery can be heard. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the report that is about to be deciphered. The schematic of the device. Just as I thought! It's the Inver device! He is nearly shouting out. This part is the unfinished concept for modifying the Inver device. She quickly skims through the encrypted data uploaded to the terminal. A more powerful processor. Yes, this concept aligns with our current experiment. Look at this. While others are still celebrating the discovery, Mika and Asimov have already begun discussing the next phase of the experiment. But for some reason, this discovery feels too coincidental. Hey, are you still not back to normal? I hope that space doesn't have any extra harmful effects on the human brain. Don't worry. Maybe we should take you to the Star of Life for a brain scan. I just feel like this whole thing is too much of a coincidence. Whether it's the information that shouldn't exist sent by Gestalt, or the data on Inver device modifications found in the breach. All of them are arriving continuously, like dishes in a grand feast from a mysterious menu, according to someone's plan. Could it be Gestalt? Or someone else guiding all this? You turn around to look at Gestalt. It is emitting a faint blue light, silent as ever. Are you suggesting someone is orchestrating the leak of this information? She ponders for a moment. Well, it's not impossible. It would be too to achieve this through an external connection. This to happen, at the very least, they would need to disable the computing power restraint and bypass Asimov's surveillance. Unless the information was sent from within Gestalt. Dominic? It's not impossible. But is Dominic really the only one inside Gestalt? Washu, the Emperor, Gestalt, Dominic. Gestalt has existed since the Golden Age. It preserves almost all of human knowledge and civilizations. No one knows for sure what might be behind the computing power restraint. Terminal has blinked twice, showing a special message notification. The Norman family has begun pushing forward a new round of Project Herald. Lounging lazily in the armchair, Leonardo looks at the visibly displeased Teddy on the other side of the screen. So all you can do is notify me 5 minutes in advance that this batch of heralds is about to land? Is this what you mentioned that day about continuing to dig into Norman Mining Corp's classified information? Is this the plan you assured me of so confidently? He knows that his sister is already fuming on the other end without having to look at her. Come on, Victoria's been keeping a tight lid on the information. She even dismissed my security guards. Now I only have a few undercover informants to rely on. Leonardo pleads, but shows no sign of remorse. Even if I tell you 3 days earlier, what can you possibly do about it? How do you know I don't have a... Huh. Like hacking into Norman Mining Corp's database to alter their announcements? Or simply taking over the shuttle system? It's pointless. Don't tell me you really think that's enough to stop them. He is hung up. I may have missed part of your growth, given your current status. There's nothing more you can do. Facing the terminal's bleak screen, he slumps into the chair, somewhat exhausted. Just leave it to me. I won't let you get your hands dirty. Children should trust their elders. My failure as an adult to have you face such a dark and terrifying world so early. Alright, so Project Herald is underway. We don't want that. Okay. Dove. Oh wait. I can get rewards. Dove. They will become glorious leaders. The light of the Golden Age will shine on the Norman family crest again. You are the doves returning with olive branches. You are the adventurers, paving the way to gold and glory. You are the heralds sent by the Norman Mining Corp. You will carry everyone's dreams and bring back the sparks of hope. You will be Norman Mining Corp's pride. Amidst cheers, the most elite constructs of Norman Mining Corp, equipped with the most advanced protective suits and high-end weapons, have boarded the transport ship bearing Norman Mining Corp's emblem. These heralds will be divided into small groups and deployed in the areas near Reactor 1. Victoria remains silent as she watches the transport ship disappear into the distance. They will become glorious leaders. The light of the Golden Age will shine on the Norman family crest again. This is an honor, Victoria. Back in the day, I once did the same, sending your father aboard Norman Mining Corp's transport ship. And he lived up to expectations, bringing back crucial information about Dominic. You must always remember the first creed of the Norman family, Victoria. By any means necessary, for the sake of Norman's tomorrow. For the sake of Norman's tomorrow. God, so he's sending a bunch of people, even his own granddaughter, on what's basically a suicide mission. And he's already done this once before with his own son. Man, this guy sucks. According to the map, this is it. With Reactor 1 at the center, and a radius of nearly 1,000 kilometers, this entire area is shrouded in high concentrations of punishing virus. The Herald's radar went haywire almost as soon as they left the shuttle. Some unknown reason, Their terminals also only had intermittent signals, barely maintaining communication with Babylonia. Is this Reactor 1? Given her young look, she was probably turned into a construct not long ago. With a mix of excitement and fear, she cautiously separates the dense, dark shrubs ahead. Are you sure there won't be any danger? According to the map passed down by our predecessors, this area should be a safe zone. There is nothing unusual behind the shrubs. Don't worry. We are Norman Mining Corp's latest version of constructs. This area is on the outermost edge of Reactor 1. As long as we follow the map and explore, shouldn't be too many problems. This mission is all about exploration. Norman Mining Corp will reward us as long as we can reach the point marked on the map, even if we've only pushed a little farther from where we've landed. We could even bring back other information about Reactor 1. Already imagining the cheers and flowers he would receive. Coughs to mask his excitement, but he cannot hide the thrill in his voice. Head promotions and raises. The boss even said Miss Victoria would personally meet us. Wow. Has anyone ever received such a reward? I guess so. Shh. Careful. This is gonna go very poorly, isn't it? Following the map, they bypass a mire covered in red tide. Before they realize, a thin mist has quietly spread across the ground. Does the map indicate any mist around here? Mist? That's nothing. Probably not important enough to be marked on the map. After going around this corner, we should see the city's edge. Wait, hold on. Silent tides are dying, the overgrown shrubs of vivid red. Wait, take the wrong path? He furrows his brow, quickly scanning the map. This way! Confirming the new route, he swiftly takes the other construct to relocate. Can the map be wrong? Wasn't it all top-secret data compiled and uploaded by our predecessors? Well, yeah, but how long ago was that? There was probably some error. Who doesn't make mistakes in their work? Seeing the city's vague edge appear not far away, he lets out a breath of relief. Just a little further, and they will reach the farthest point marked on the map. Just a little further. What's that noise? Don't tell me those hetero creatures have come back. Though those bizarre hetero creatures cannot cause much harm, when they are killed, their punishing virus-filled fluids can corrode the construct frames. Anyway, let me transmit the real-time data back to headquarters first. Before she can even open her terminal, the punishing virus concentration alert on her protective suit begins to flash. What is going on? The punishing virus concentration nearby is rapidly increasing. Vines are crawling deep into the tree trunks. The tide silently approaches, almost at their feet by the time they have noticed. No, this is the wrong way. Retreat! Request backup! Quick, call for help! The sharp alarm blares, endlessly echoing in the deathly quiet forest. But who can come to their rescue? As if responding to some command, numerous hetero creatures have surged from the tide, murmuring undecipherable whispers as they lunge at the constructs who have just activated their short-range propulsion devices. Ugh. The high concentration of punishing virus has corroded his frame, leaving his metal skeleton barely holding together. He struggles to pull the construct behind him, but only feels a sudden loss of weight on his hand. Requesting backup. With his vocal module deteriorated, he could only helplessly slump in the red tide mire. He wishes he could die right away. But the frame, specially modified by Norman Mining Corp, would ensure this death would be a lengthy one. There's something I need to tell you. Why so sneaky? Just spit it out, boss. Miss Victoria has a special message for us. In this safe area of the frame, when you open it, see this button inside? Don't press it unless absolutely necessary. Oh? Could it be the secret weapon Miss Victoria installed for us? No, it's not. Just remember what I said. The captain gives him a meaningful glance. Until now, he has suddenly truly understood the purpose of that button. The metal shell that was supposed to protect the button has been corroded away. He stares at the sky, struggling to move his arm to reach for that button of last resort. A shadow silently flashes out from the shrubs. Oh! A survivor of the old civilization. In accordance with human etiquette, I greet you. Help us. My name? I am Cradle. Right. That's how it would sound like in the language you can understand. In a sentence? Even though his visual module is severely damaged, he could still faintly see a petite girl standing unscathed atop the red tide. He looks just like an ordinary human. Nope. In the language you can understand, I am the will of the red tide, the incubator of a new civilization. My name is Cradle. She gives a cheerful smile. His voice module has now been completely destroyed by the punishing virus. In his remaining vision, he sees the girl who called herself Cradle gently lifting the damaged frame of his teammate from the red tide. Don't be afraid, survivor. By the plans we set in motion, you may rest peacefully in the cradle, free from such suffering. Flowers will bloom anew, civilization as we take over, and you will awaken once more. In the new world, you will find unparalleled joy and happiness. The final burst of will, he struggles to move his arm, pressing the red button on his frame. What's that over there? Sounds like an explosion, but it's still far from us. The radar's gone haywire. The punishing virus concentration ahead is still rising. We can't keep going. Liv anxiously looks at the refugees behind her. Even with enough serum and protective suits, the concentration level here is still too deadly for ordinary people. How's the communication going? No good. Still haven't established any channel. Two of them could have broken through the zone easily, but with all the refugees behind them. She looks at the dotted scars on the legs and arms of Lucia's frame. Even for a specialized frame, the punishing virus would still cause damage. There aren't many construct bandages left. It's okay. All the protective suits have been given out. You stay here on guard, I'll scout ahead. In the camp behind them, refugees in protective suits are cherishing their precious rest time. Put on your protective suit, Lucille. No need. A mask is enough for me. I'm way stronger than you. She playfully raises her arm, striking a bodybuilder pose, and forcefully puts her suit on a child. Wait, what's that? She pulls the child back, takes 2 steps back, then pulls out something from the shrubs. It is a bag stained with the Red Tide's mud. Is this a tombstone left by other teams? But the symbol... That's Norman Mining Corp's emblem. How could they be here? Could I take a look? Taking the bag, Liv frowns as she inspects the items inside. Part of the supplies had already been consumed. Could it be something left behind from a long time ago? Possible. This is a standard weapon Babylonia released less than 2 years ago. In the bottom of the package, she finds a tattered map with simple messages on it, marking the locations. X-X, X00. Arrived at the designated location. Or I guess that's X o'clock. Next objective. Enter the city where Reactor 1 is located. How? The malfunctioning radar left them completely lost on the ground. Their communication system also inexplicably failed, making it impossible for them to maintain contact with Babylonia. According to the original plan, they should have been near the edge of the clean zone by now. But how did they end up in the exact opposite direction? Harold. She murmurs the words written on the back of the map. We will carry everyone's dreams and bring back the sparks of hope. We will bring back glory. The latter part of the map is completely corroded. Liv? Liv, what's wrong? I'm fine, but I must tell Lucia about this immediately. Liv puts the map away. Before she starts walking toward the direction Lucia left, she sees Lucia rushing out from the shrubs. Lucia? Her leg! There is visible damage on Lucia's leg armor. It looks as if something is wrapped around it. I saw the Red Tide at 8 o'clock. It's moving in this direction. We must leave immediately. Red Tide? Is that really the Red Tide over there? At this wavelength? This definitely is... This definitely isn't an ordinary Red Tide. Doesn't matter what kind of Red Tide it is. Whether it's ordinary or not, it can still kill you. Hurry up and pack. Get ready to leave. I need to confirm what it exactly is. There must be something different in this Red Tide. Wearing a ragged coat, tightly clutches an old pen, staring intently at the screen while continuously recording the frequencies displayed on the machine. The readings are the same as the ones they detected last time. No more talking, just get on! I want to be the last to leave. They sacrificed their lives for mine. I can't let them die in vain. I must prove that everything they dedicated their lives to was worth it. He loads the instruments onto the last vehicle and continues to jot down those complex frequencies. While the refugees are packing up, Liv takes out the map from earlier. Lucia, look at this. What's the status of the communication? Whether it's the deviated route or the mysteriously appearing Norman Mining Corp emblem, it should all be reported to Babylonia. Liv gently shakes her head. Let's get out of here first. Hey, we're ready! Lucille's energetic voice echoes from not far away. All right, let's get out of here first. There must be a way. Together, they have faced even tougher situations before. So there must be a way. They will definitely be able to take everyone out of this place safely. Newborn Ruins. I doubt it's gonna be very easy to get out here. I mean, it might be easy in gameplay terms, but This place isn't safe. We need to keep going. What's that noise, Mom? I'm scared. Shh. Don't make any sound. Sia and Liv are going out. Are Lucille and the others catching up? Behind us are many wounded. They're moving slowly. Is the drone still working? Just barely. Punishing virus concentration here should be low enough for it to fly. Won't need to worry about it getting corrupted for now. The terrain here is constantly shifting. Let's start the drone and make sure the path ahead is safe. Ready. The drone still has some ammo left. It will take out some of the hetero creatures. Hetero creatures detected. Target locked. Ready to launch. Projectile launched. Target terminated. Drone has landed. Not enough power for it to fly again. Road safe, Liv? Not sure. We just got ahead. Uh-oh. It's the Red Tide! Run! The terrain here is different from what the map shows. We'll defeat them first. Mom! Don't worry, Mom is here. I'll keep you safe. Go away. Go away. Watch out. Terrain here is completely different from the map. Tide has completely changed the landscape. Another way out? There, where the hetero creatures just appeared. There might be a path behind the bushes. My thruster is still working. Liv, stay here and protect them. I'll scout ahead. Careful. The Red Tide did cut off the path. We should be able to cross here. Okay, stay safe. Captain? You alright? I'm fine, I guess. He limps along, struggling to support his own body. His leg armor was corroded by the Red Tide during the recent encounter. He made a quick decision and quickly cut off the corroded section. Consequently, he can only move at an extremely slow pace now. Ugh. I knew this job was tough. I never imagined it could be this hard. Polly doesn't look too good either. The large signal transmitter he was carrying is now in pieces, but it also bought them precious time to escape. What on earth is that thing? Is it an Ascendant? Doesn't seem like an Ascendant. Been in a few battles before, but... Shh. I heard something from over there. She steps forward, hoisting Crow onto her back, as if she's carrying a transmitter before taking off. Hey, leave me alone. Just go. Take the collected data and images with you. That is. Praying Mantis doesn't need a chatterbox. They've only taken a few steps in another direction. Several massive vehicles crash through the forest with roaring engines. Claire, there's still people here! Hurry! Get on! Squeeze in! The first vehicle stops in front of them. Before they could react, a few refugees jump off and quickly pull them into the vehicle. Wait. Lucille? Where's Aline? Is she okay? She's in the cart behind. No time for chit-chat. Let's get moving. The three constructs find themselves on a rough trip, squeezed between the refugees. Tents, supplies, bags, and the constant jolting make their heads spin. After about 3 to 4 hours, as dusk begins to fall, vehicles have finally come to a stop. A bonfire has been lit, and everyone gathers around to warm their cold, stiff bodies. What a thrilling journey. I have to tell Mika about this when I see her again. It has got to be one of the major achievements of For a Better Tomorrow, Sunlight Shines on All, Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. You've worked hard too. She pats the vehicle and gives a somewhat painful look as she gazes at the corrosion spots on its side. On the other side of the vehicle, Crow inhales a deep breath. Were you originally heading for the clean zone? But our mission was to delve into the heterozone. How did we veer off course so much? After Commandant left, encountered several more red tides. Movements were completely erratic. Lucia and I had to take turns to scout in order to avoid them. I'd hardly received any communication since then. That's probably what got lost. Don't move. This is the last bandage we have. I know why their movements are so unpredictable. We received a new mission at a nearby conservation area. Moore needed to find his girlfriend, saying he knew the terrain well and could guide us, so we set out together. Just like what you had encountered, we lost a few teammates and were completely driven off course by the red tide, mistakenly entering the city where Reactor 1 is located. Concentration of the punishing virus rose rapidly, making it impossible for us to stay. After collecting some data and samples, we decided to find an area with a lower concentration so we could leave this zone. Then, deep within the red tide, we saw her. Wearing a green cloak, a petite girl stands barefoot on the red tide, humming a bizarre melody in an undecipherable language. Could anyone even live in such a high concentration of the punishing virus? Something isn't right. The punishing virus in this red tide is extremely active. A small rabbit-like hetero creature suddenly leaps out from the red tide at the girl's feet. No way. In accordance with human etiquette, greetings to you, survivors. She slowly approaches the two constructs with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She called herself Cradle. We couldn't determine if she was a special ascendant or something else. Shivers. Before they could say anything, the girl reaches out her hands toward them. The red tide gathers at her feet, eagerly spreading toward the two constructs. Polly acted quickly, dropping the signal transmitter she'd been carrying. Seemed very interested in it, momentarily halting her pursuit of us. Otherwise, I would have definitely lost more than just this leg. Could she be an undiscovered ascendant? I don't think so. Most registered ascendants are constructs. But that girl didn't have any of the characteristics of a construct. Instead of a construct, she's more like a creation entirely composed of the Red Tide and Punishing Virus. Where are your communication devices holding up? With the signal booster lost, our connection with Babylonia is completely severed. I don't know what it was, like, beyond just, like, the creepy grin, but that, like, second art of Cradle was really good. It definitely looked kind of unnerving. Lucia remains silent. She watches the refugees behind her start to drift into sleep. The refugees still firmly believe they're heading in the right direction. They can only continue to offer false hope to maintain their confidence and drive. The Red Tide looms closely behind, shrouded in a thick, polluted cloud, carrying an ominous and unfathomable hostility, relentlessly pursuing this group of displaced humans. She has verified the identities of the constructs of Praying Mantis. They have no reason to lie to them. But if that unknown presence really charges into this camp, she couldn't stop her from coming, nor did she have the confidence to protect all the humans behind her. If Commandant is here, what would Commandant do? Despite the vast distance between the ground and the sky, the faint flicker of the mind connection still shines unwaveringly. Fortunately, the vehicles still have ample energy. Enough food to last everyone a few more days. Warm flames of the campfire dance in the darkness. After a long silence, Liv speaks first. I have the map now. Although the terrain has shifted to the Red Tide, the general direction should still be correct. Take a rest for now. We'll continue moving when the dawn breaks. This is the graveyard of a collapsed civilization. The traces of humanity vanished within the outbreak of the Punishing Virus, and nature gradually took over. Flowers in the green strips bloomed and withered, while the fruits on the treetops fell into the soil and rotted. Weeds and vines have naturally claimed the skyscrapers, and the halted machines stand calmly in every corner of the city. Branches and buds are peeking through the gaps of unknown skeletons. All that remains in this once glorious city are broken walls and debris. The zero-point reactor is now a desolate ruin, and the library, which once bore human civilization, is reduced to a massive skeleton. Only the sun continues its eternal path, illuminating the city as always. Muttering in a cryptic language, the cloaked girl finally steps onto this land. The mist has enveloped the area. The red tide rustles softly around the girl's ankles, silently entering the long-abandoned city. This is the story of civilizations. They fall, rise, then fall again. Always a pattern to follow. Record everything. Write down everything. And seize everything. She raises her head, taking a deep breath of the decayed air. Do it here. Standing before the collapsed entrance of the library, she politely and respectfully bows to the towering guardian robot. In accordance with the rules of civilizations, I shall purchase this land I'm standing on from you. She gently places a rudimentarily carved square wooden token before the corrupted mechanoid guard. Now, Hetero creatures are born from the red tide. A new civilization blooms amidst decayed books. The red tide drips like sands through an hourglass, forming a crimson homeland. For a civilization to grow, it needs development and adversaries. This is a war we cannot avoid. Together, we'll embrace a greater civilization of our own. Hetero creatures gather at her feet, docile as hatchlings. This newborn civilization needs iteration, development, and evolution. Already gathered enough information. Now go. The muddy red tide rapidly surges, roaring outward in all directions. Go forth, expand, and seize. Just like what other civilizations did when they developed. Go absorb everything that can enrich us. We are ready. Ready to nurture our civilization right here. Not a fan of that. Good old days. They watch as the researchers in white aboard the white vehicle disappear beyond the misty horizon, like a group of white ghosts. The very first zero-point reactor? Norman Mining Corp has acquired crucial intelligence about Dominic. Victoria takes the helm. Supervisory board members in favor of Project Herald. Does Dominic still exist? He spins the chair out of boredom. Terminal on his desk starts to beep. Boss. Oh, wait. Ex-boss. Hello. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've been promoted quickly. You even have your own office now. Of course, the benefits here are much better than your sweat factory, ex-boss. She lounges back in the chair, tapping the armrest with her fingers absent-mindedly. Hail the great Queen Victoria, without whom I would never receive such privileges. 9 to 5, 5 days a week, triple pay for overtime, a month of paid annual leave. Now that's what I call living. Sounds really nice. So, what about the promise you made me earlier? Even if you jumped ship, you should at least finish your last job. Huh? Did I promise you anything? Lazily tapping on the armrest, Trojan seems entirely uninterested in his previous work. I have already handed over my responsibilities down to the last detail to your other security advisors. The transition was completed ages ago, so there's no final task left. How heartless. Alright, I've applied for a leave. One more minute and I'm done for the day. Good luck, Leonardo, Your Highness. Trojan hangs up the call. Just a few days into the new job and she's already mocking the old boss. Did she forget that I hadn't signed off on her previous bonus? Leonardo chuckles wryly in the chair, his fingers tapping in a regular rhythm on the table, which is the exact sequence Trojan had just tapped on her chair's armrest. After a moment of silence, he stands up and walks over to the file cabinet, pulling out a paper document with a storage device inserted between the pages. All the places. He flips through the paper document. Leonardo's face gradually darkens. Sipping an odd-smelling electrolyte, Trojan leisurely sits at the entrance of the commercial street, browsing through various messages received on her terminal. Scheduled return time has arrived, yet the corporation's shuttle has not picked up a single herald. It'd be odd if they did, considering where the heralds were deployed. Norman Mining Corp's reputation crisis. Babylonian army disapproves of Norman Mining Corp's forced entry into the area where Reactor 1 is located. They even had time to issue a statement. Looks like His Highness did lay some groundwork. But they can't outright stop them, right? After all, the corporation is supposed to be assisting the army's investigation. Trojan squints as she observes Commercial Street. This area is usually quite busy, but now most ships are closed, with only a few hurried pedestrians on the road. The Heterozone is expanding insanely fast. Most of Babylonia's off-duty squads have been summoned back for ground missions. Regular squads are assigned to disaster relief tasks, while elite squads are sent deep into the Heterozone to explore the disaster's source. But a time of troubles. Once you get that footage, how will you use it? "100 kilometers away from you." After clearing out the second batch of corrupted, the soldiers barely managed to set up a camp. So, quiet. Isn't this place supposed to have a lot of people? Zero Point Reactor 1 was once the pinnacle of human civilization. Standing on the ground, humanity gazed at the stars, longing to evolve and take Earth into a new era of adventure. A series of research institutes were established surrounding the massive Zero Point Energy Reactor project. Based on the researchers' needs, more buildings sprang up around them. Libraries, restaurants, schools, parks. This area has clearly developed into a city centered around the Zero Point Reactor. Everything seemed to be thriving, and humanity appeared to have nearly secured a ticket to the stars. Until the rebooted machinery's bright red indicators started to flicker. Haven't you heard? Ever since that whatever virus broke out, nobody could survive in this place. Even Ballard almost met his end here. Didn't your team captain tell you to write a will? I did write one, but I never thought it would really... I never planned on going back alive. If I can shut this thing down, my mom will have a chance to live. Even if I don't make it back, they'll make sure she's settled in Babylonia. Calmly explains his plans. On the horizon, the city's silhouette could be seen in the distance, wrapped in a shroud of deadly silence. The city's time seems to have been paused. It stands silently under the red mist-filled sky, gazing emptily at this world. Here I am. Ew. Glad I made it in time. Wait, did I ever get to clock out for field duty? Are you the technicians and soldiers from the Norman Mining Corp? Come this way. Now we are just waiting for the Science Council members. So we weren't the last ones to arrive? Where are the Science Council folks? Before she can finish, the sound of shuttle engines grows closer. Still in their white coats, members of the Science Council step out of the shuttle cabin one after the other. Never thought I would come to this place at such a time. I once thought that when I returned here, it would be to celebrate humanity embarking on a new journey. Journey always comes at a cost. It's no free lunch. It'd be naive to think an energy source like Zero Point Energy could be so easily controlled by mankind. True. This time we get to observe the Zero Point Reactor's explosion in real time. It's quite an opportunity. The white-coated Science Council members quickly formed several rows according to their chief's instructions. So many people here. Does the entire Section 1 of the Science Council come over? Wait. Is that Dominic? After giving out instructions and settling the Science Council members down, the chief, also in a white coat, walks toward the gathered soldiers. Has the situation become so dire? Even the chief of the Science Council has to... No one understands the zero-point reactor better than its designer. This catastrophe requires everyone's full effort to solve, including mine. I won't be sitting around doing nothing. I understand. Let's start preparing then. No, just us. All the researchers from Science Council Section 1 will enter the city to shut down Reactor 1. We have been ordered to ensure your safety at all costs. Rest assured that we don't plan missions based on sacrifice. We need vehicles, sufficient energy, and protective suits. Remember, once we depart, you need to retreat to a position at least 300 kilometers away. You are the second line of defense. You will leave behind documentation for the reactor, including instructions on how to shut it down. If we fail, you will become the second pioneer team. Understood. They watch as the researchers in white aboard the white vehicle disappear beyond the misty horizon, like a group of white ghosts. A lone white sail has ventured into the Crimson Sea. Let's head out too. As per Dominic's request, everyone else immediately boards the vehicles and shuttles, heading away. In a fairy tale, this is where the story would end. Destined to save the world, the heroes have embarked on their journey. Rest only need to prepare to welcome their triumphant return. "20 minutes later, the soldiers and Norman Mining Corp staff have gradually evacuated the location about 280 kilometers from Zero Point Reactor 1. Huh? Why did you stop? Captain, should we keep moving back? Stay put for now. I'm a little worried. Are you sure? We are not at a safe distance yet. Didn't the chief just ask us to fall back at least 300 kilometers away? Hold on a bit longer. This distance, we can still support them once they come out. I still think it's better to follow his instructions. The other researchers from Norman Mining Corp also seem to have decided to wait here. Trojan reluctantly returns to her vehicle. Getting emotional at a time like this just doesn't feel right to me. Hey, are you really not going? A Norman Mining Corp researcher impatiently waves her off, indicating she can leave first. Others have already begun setting up equipment. They seem to be attempting to remotely observe the situation inside Reactor 1. I'll get going then. She starts up her vehicle. "28 minutes later, 280 kilometers from Reactor 1, a crude instrument on the vehicle suddenly blares, sending a sharp electronic sound through the air. This is the punishing virus. The concentration level has exceeded. Come back! Start the vehicles immediately! The next instant, all punishing virus monitoring instruments begin frantically announcing the arrival of death. Screams and wails can already be heard from the slowest vehicle. The visible shockwave originating from the Zero Point Reactor 1 rapidly spreads in the air, almost instantly reaching their location. Rescue Team 1! Rescue Team 1! Do you copy? Do you copy? Rescue Team 2! Report your situation. Report your situation. Science Council Section 1. What's the status on the researchers? Sharp howling of the vehicle's intercom gradually becomes mute. But no matter how many times they try to call, The command center miles away receives no response. Science Council Section 1. Rescue team. We need backup. Backup required at Reactor 1. The communication abruptly stops. The device is unable to emit any more sound. Even though Trojan has reached a location beyond 300 kilometers from Reactor 1, the monitoring instruments on her vehicle continue to blare. She slams the accelerator. Vehicle's engine roars, pushing its power to the maximum. She has never been so focused, fixing her gaze on the horizon ahead. This is a race against death. The noises behind her gradually dwindle to a deadly silence. Even without looking back, she knows too well the ending of those left behind. Will the Chief and those from the Science Council still be alive? Impossible. The monitoring instruments finally cease their wailing. Trojan finds high ground, gazing at the position of Reactor 1 from afar. In the last moments of the recording, the distant city and skyscrapers are still standing there silently, shrouded in a thin mist. The land falls into silence once again. After the outbreak of the Punishing Virus, the Punishing Virus concentration in Reactor 1 surged at levels unmeasurable by standard instruments. At the same moment, the command center lost contact with Dominic and all other personnel involved in shutting down Reactor 1. Even though the command center immediately dispatched support, it was already too late. No one could escape from Reactor 1 unscathed when faced with such a high concentration of the virus. At the end of the data is a list of names involved in the operation. Trojan, you've really left me with something incredible. Is this what you have decided?
Yes.
A great decision. Presents both risks and benefits. Remind me of Christina's request to be transformed into a construct. Are both the pride of the Norman family. She will join the engineering force and become the first anchor of the Norman family in the military. While you are the true heir of the Norman family, a true business person.
The corporation's laboratory is testing the external interface models they brought back. I've already picked the next batch of heralds. Once the tests are done, I will negotiate with Babylonia again. After these heralds undergo initial Inver device modifications, we will continue the plan. Leonardo can only stop us using his previous connections through the army and parliament. But all of Norman Mining Corp's actions are self-initiated. They can't do much other than moral condemnation. The heralds I have picked in this batch are all high-level employees within the corporation, and their descendants. They deserve all of this, as they will stand with me to witness the glory of Norman Mining Corp.
It's a well-deserved arrangement. They should embrace the honor that belongs to them. Dominic will once again lead Norman into the halls of glory. I'll prepare the celebration and await your good news. Yeah. This isn't right. Frowning, she tries to adjust all the data she could see, aiming for a more comprehensive solution.
Still can't apply it to regular constructs?
No, the current approach involves using the Inver device to connect to Gestalt, amplifying the construct's consciousness to resist the Punishing Virus. Based on the data obtained from the last observation, although this solution can achieve our expected results, it also demands very high mind stability. Only the constructs from a few elite squads meet the requirements. We need to continue expanding compatibility. Have you finished adjusting the connection design for the second version of the external interface module? It's being worked on. We just need 2 more sets of experimental data. And what are we waiting for? Prepare for immersion. But Mika has not made any move. Continuously immersing in Gestalt for experiments could exert significant stress on your mind. Although the experiment is conducted within the quarantine zone, still requires the introduction of the punishing virus. Huh? Are you kicking me out of the test group now? I checked my mind stability. Already met the connection requirements. You can, and then what? Are you planning to put a monkey outside to help you monitor the connection model's data? Or are you going to drag your mentor out of the Star of Life's ICU to help you with this part of the work? I am the sole candidate appointed by Norman Mining Corp. So let's not engage in this pointless argument again. She calmly watches the data stream on the screen. Aside from those 2 datasets, how's the rest of the process going? Everything is ready, but we are still missing the Grey Raven Commandant, Asimov, and Karenina. No need to wait for them. I locked Karenina's sleeping pod. What about the Commandant's connection? If the second version runs smoothly, can't it temporarily operate without the Commandant's connection? Theoretically, yes, but... I've also locked the Grey Raven Commandant and Asimov in the Star of Life's lounge. After all, they're only human. After working non-stop for days, you need to rest a bit. What? Backing out already? Good. I like your spirit. Then let's get started. There's nothing left to wait for. She never fears the unknown, even when the path ahead is shrouded in darkness. She would carve out a new life. Once again, she steps onto that path of chaos. Shimmering line. Oh, Teddy. You're making bad decisions. Aurora. Luke Aurora. Someone is calling your name. I struggle to open my eyes. See the ceiling of the Star of Life. How familiar. Are you awake? What's your name? Luke Aurora. Fully conscious, reactions are normal, and vital signs are stable. Looks like the recovery is going well. I don't need to prepare for emergency measures. What happened to me? Commandant, you had been working non-stop for days at the Science Council testing ground and collapsed from exhaustion. And there's another one over there. Even your noises can't wake him up. She pulls open the curtain on one side, revealing the unconscious Asimov. Aside from the last time when the Hedera Tower rose and Babylonia fell into chaos, it's the first time you have seen Asimov in a truly deep sleep. The outpatient nurse freaked out when she saw you two. She brought you straight to me. Even in dreams, you were shouting about Inver devices and connection experiments. Staying awake for too long really messes with your brain. They would be seeing you in the mental institute if you came a little later. Experiments matter more. The experiments must be so important that you had to hack the system to force open the sleeping pod and escape. Just like Teddy and that Mika girl did. Doctor crosses her arms and sneers. Well, not exactly. A massive noise comes from next door before you can finish your words. Bitch! Teddy! Tiny figure swarms in, wielding a gigantic blast hammer. I thought she would be here! Alright, here come the repairs for 3 construct sleeping pods plus this door. I'll send the bill to the engineering force. Just as Karenina is about to say something, her terminal suddenly flickers. After reading the message, her expression darkens. Teddy is stuck in Gestalt. That's the whole story. All the experiment data and subsequent details are in this folder. So, you attempted 8 connections using the second version of the external interface module, trying to find a better solution, and then after the 9th connection, Teddy suddenly lost contact? That is correct. Her vitals are stable, and there's no sign of her mind being contaminated, but she is definitely not sending any signals back. I suspect she is trapped somewhere in Gestalt. There's the location where she sent the last signal. Asimov approaches from behind, looking as refreshed as if he'd never known fatigue. Try to locate her last position. Aurora, prepare for immersion. No problem. Teddy likely discovered another breach section and, after infiltrating, got stuck there for unknown reasons. Can't predict what's in the breach. Mika and I will monitor any sudden events. Keep in touch. Understood. Be careful out there. How slow, Grey Raven Commandant. This is too dangerous. It's a little unexpected, for sure. Comms doesn't seem to work here. Yeah, and you can't get out. Otherwise, why would I get trapped here? The abnormal data stream has blocked the passage outside, and thus the communication. The source of it is probably the new abnormal data we're looking for. I've managed to track it. Find its location and we'll be able to leave. Is that so? Don't believe me? Have some trust in the professional. Finally detected the abnormal invasion. How slow.
There's a glitch. Simulating attacks. Ah! Hook. Simulating attacks. Trace erased. Active hit. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
I don't know if I'll ever get tired of those trumpets.
Simulating a trace erased. Active hit. Trace erased. Found the bug. Active hit. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
Because if you notice, Teddy, the way Teddy fights is kind of like a DJ. I just think it's fun. Oh, can go up there.
More of them.
There's a glitch. Simulating attacks. Found the bug. Accurate hit. Hook. Found it. Simulating attack. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
This a data wall? Oh. Child's play.
Glitch. Simulating attacks. Accurate hit. Found the bug. Hook. Simulate trace erased. There's a glitch. Is that all you got? Okay, my turn. Simulating attacks. Trace erased. Found the bug. There's a glitch. Accurate hit. Hook. Trace erased. Simulating attacks. Accurate hit. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Found the bug. Trace erased. Accurate hit. There's a glitch. Hook. Found it. Simulating a trace erased. Accurate hit. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest.
This is weird. The structure of these codes is completely different from the computing power lock. This is... This is it. Initiating data interception. Teddy, evacuate now. We've detected that your block module is about to collapse. I can't get your exact position, but I can turn on the emergency exit at the immersion program around you. Get out now. Running away isn't exactly a technician's expertise. Ah! Teddy! We'll settle this after you get out. Perhaps I should stay here instead. The terminal has deciphered an identical inver-device schematic. The projection of the schematic hovers and spins silently, as if mocking or pitying something. I really hate being manipulated around like this. Besides this data, what else did you find? Walls. Are they data walls constructed by computing power restraints? The computing power restraint is sealed from the outside in, while those walls are sealed from the inside out. From the inside out? I guess we're thinking about the same thing. Any new progress on the invitation? After you dove into the Gestalt, while monitoring, I managed to decrypt the section after Teddy unlocked the Conundrum data log. The codes were complex, but they were chaotically arranged with bizarre boundary condition judgments. I found similar code arrangements while searching the Science Council's internal database. Do you still remember the full sensory simulation device? Left behind by Nanami. That was the device Nanami was working on back in Babylonia. I've seen the complex spaghetti code she wrote, and it somehow functioned perfectly. When she finished, some Science Council members got immensely attracted to her device, which I could understand. In a time where most research focused on energy and weapons, the concept of full sensory was rarely ever mentioned. According to the experience report appended to the device, some researchers claimed to see the color of words after using it. I always thought it was just her toy back then, but now... maybe it's a clue she left behind. You recall Chu's expression when she handed you the invitation. Somehow, you have a feeling that this would not be that simple. Which direction on the surface is she traveling now? Nanami hasn't reached out to us for quite some time. Next, I'll attempt to use the source code of the full sensory simulation device to reverse engineer the final invitation. Give me some of the work, will you? Are you actually volunteering for such a troublesome task? Something hacked into your brain? I just want to know what exactly this Dominic is all about. The name that she has admired and despised since childhood has now taken shape, transitioning from fiction to the real world. She has to see for herself what kind of existence lies behind that name. Teddy hears footsteps approaching. Using the shadow as a cover, she swiftly slips the memory module into her pocket. You also help to cover her action as Nicola briskly enters from the doorway. How's the progress on the Inver device? The second version of the external interface model is stable. We're beginning to explore lateral expansion and considering enhancing its adaptability. Current model still demands a certain level of mind stability. Can't estimate the actual risks of modifying the Inver device. Some uncertain data is still being verified. Okay. There's another thing I need to tell you about Grey Raven. Aurora, Liv and Lucia have gone missing in the Heterozone. What? Everything seemed fine when you returned. The supplies should have been enough for them to take the refugees to the Clean Zone. The Heterozone is continually expanding, and an unknown cause has led to satellite communication failures. To be precise, we've lost contact with all the squads conducting rescue and exploration missions in the Heterozone. More rewards first. So this means I should only have 2 more combat levels left in the chapter. So I'm actually probably getting close to being done. That means this is a lot shorter than last chapter. The vehicle starts and growls. The two shoots in the serum tube before the window, sprouting and growing. The red winds blow through the ruins as gloomy raindrops pursue the frantic steps of the refugees. The pervasive red tide seems to always anticipate their next move, closing in on them, urgently pushing them onto an unknown path. Exhausted and groaning in pain, they continue forward. Time passes, their supplies have gradually dwindled, and the energy of their vehicles is also running out. Perfect! This should work for now. At least we can keep all our vehicles running. After reallocating the remaining energy, Lucille clasps her hands in satisfaction. Just to double check, you really don't need any energy right now, do you? Still uncertain, she turns her head toward the constructs. Thanks, but we really don't. All right. If you need anything, be sure to let me know. We still have a tiny bit of backup energy for emergencies. Thanks to Mika, who kept reminding me to be frugal and not waste energy recklessly. Seemingly unfazed by the situation, Lucille hums a tune as she walks toward the vehicles behind. Have we confirmed our current location yet? Impossible. We're able to roughly determine our location from that map, and after those frantic chases, we can barely tell north from south. Only thing we know is that we're likely still within the heterozone. Nothing else. Lucia, found more items over there marked with Norman Mining Corp's emblem. They feel a bit different from what we found before. Rather than relics, they are more like remains. Half a mechanical arm that was torn apart by some unknown creature, an unidentifiable component with its original location unknown, and even a mechanical skull. Hidden beneath the slimy red tide muck, a small purple flower grows from the hollow eye socket of the metallic skull. This is the structure of the first generation constructs. Is this a notebook? The mechanical arm was holding a battered paper notebook tightly under it. Most of the notebook is weathered and incomplete, only a few pages still legible. Are they Norman Mining Corp's heralds? We are the doves returning with olive branches. We are the adventurers paving the way to gold and glory. We are the heralds sent by the Norman Mining Corp. We will carry everyone's dreams and bring back the sparks of hope. I am Edward Norman. Previous writing is illegible. This is our 5th day into Reactor City 1. The situation is worse than my father anticipated. Last expert in the team, Arthur, has died from a severe punishing virus infection. I've never seen such terrible ulceration. I had no means to ease his suffering except to put him to eternal sleep. Liam was also infected. While he still had his wits, he shot himself in the head. He said he didn't want to turn into one of those mindless corrupted. Is this really the right plan? Will Dominic really exist in such an environment? Day 8. Team expert Arthur died from punishing virus infection. Norman Mining Corp security captain, Liam, died by his own gun. Norman Mining Corp security officer, Ahern. He is still by my side, but has become a corrupted, showing extreme aggression. Illegible writing. Father, perhaps we were all wrong. Dominic would never. Illegible writing. Illegible writing. We're all wrong. Everything is. I shouldn't be here. I should be in my study, my bedroom. Leon, Steen, Victoria. It's speaking. Who is it? Leon, don't come over. Don't.
The rest is completely unreadable. They paid such a price just to search for Dominic. This is the structure of the first generation construct. Those supplies with the Norman Mining Corp emblem we saw before were likely also sent for their heralds. I've archived the materials that could be of significance. What shall we do with the rest? Let's lay them to rest nearby. Just like what we did with Lucille's team. Hey, Crow. What? If one day I perish, find some fuel to cremate me. After that, bury me in the nearby soil. Just like this. Let me die alone in the red tide. It won't happen. Constructs carefully protect themselves and gather the remaining mechanical parts and limbs from the ground. They silently wrap the evidence of their herald's existence in a waterproof tarp, clearing the muddy red tide from the ground before burying their remains deep within the soil of Earth. Everyone who has died in this world deserves to have their own name. Edward, Arthur, Liam, Ahern. Names are carved into the tree trunks as refugees quietly gather, singing a somber song. Among the Herald's documents not yet corrupted by the red tide, there is a tattered map. Using the map, Liv has temporarily confirmed their current location. Our location, quite close to Reactor 1. It's only 260 to 300 kilometers away. I found some of Dominic's notes among the documents. According to the Herald's records, they probably obtained the notes from slightly further ahead. Aren't they just the first generation constructs? I checked the data recorded in the monitoring station at Reactor 1 after the Punishing Virus outbreak. Although the Punishing Virus concentration spiked on the day of the outbreak, once the reactor was shut down, the virus began to spread to the surrounding areas over time. According to the timeline in the Herald notes, when we entered Reactor 1, the Punishing Virus inside was at a level that the first generation constructs could barely withstand for a while. So, I managed to retrieve this. Part of Dominic's notes regarding Reactor 1. Did Norman Mining Corp send them down here to die just for these things? I've temporarily sealed these materials. Once communications are restored, I'll upload them directly to Babylonia. Let's proceed in the direction I previously scouted. Red tide over there hasn't fully gathered yet. Once we break through that red tide mire, just need to travel a bit further to leave this heterozone. Our defensive gears are running low quickly. Lucille and the others have given their suits to the elderly and children, but that's not enough. We've also run out of construct medical supplies. It's my turn to scout ahead. She looks worriedly at the battered scars on Lucia's frame. Liv, didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, but out of medical supplies? It's just... Still have a few serums and these bandages. Please, take them. And these, too. Expired serum, protective suits with signs of wear, and some dirty bandages have piled up around the constructs. Despite being simple, these are already the best they can offer. Can't take them. It's so hard for them. Miss Liv, you might not remember me, but I've always remembered you. I remember you taking us to safety, treating our wounds, and... The white frame unfurls its wings as the girl declares war on the endless night. If it weren't for you, we would have perished back then. Take them as a token of our appreciation. if you ever need anything. We'll help as much as we can. With an exhausted and croaky voice, he gives a smile, puts down the dirty bandages, rubs his hands, goes back to join the other refugees. Is everything sorted? I mean, all the supplies. Through the protective mask, Lucille's voice sounds muffled, but still spirited. All done. With Gamira and Eileen chiming in, only a few scattered responses come from the refugee group. Lucille does not seem to mind at all, her voice still full of cheer. I've just checked with Lucia. Once we get past this forest, we will be out of this freaky place. The clean zone is not far ahead. Have you all thought about what you'll do in there? I want some wheat juice. I'm sure they'll have that in the clean zone. I want to marry more. I also want to marry Eileen. Eileen, will you marry me? I do. Even with the protective mask, you could somehow sense the girl's blush and shyness. The stagnant air has gradually begun to flow again. Me? Of course I want to compile and upload this red tide data. It's all very valuable. If I can find the patterns of the red tide's formation, when I write my paper, I'll list all their names on the front page. I have a dream too. I want to start a small farm. I've gathered many seeds. Been growing vegetables in serum tubes. Think that will make a great business. Think about it. Serum tubes are everywhere now. You can just pick them up outside. We plant the seeds inside. It won't just be for decoration. Once they grow, we can add them to our dinner table. Hey, before we talk about it, or it sounds like a good business. Let's do it together, shall we? It does sound like a pretty good business. You guys take your time discussing. We still have a long way to go. Once you've all figured it out, we'll reach the clean zone. Vehicle starts and growls. 2 shoots in the serum tubes before the window, sprouting and growing. It seems I should use more formal language. Wearing a green cloak, the girl stands in the center of the library. Dark purple flowers bloom at her feet. An 8-legged hetero creature gradually takes shape from the red tide in front of her. Is this your wish? Become, an octopus cat with 8 legs? Okay, that's good. He bends down, listening to the whispers of the hetero creature. I see. That would be a good profession. This is what our city will be. The red tide gently congeals into the shape of a city, appearing before Cradle. Go. Follow your ideas. Go on. The hetero creature nudges her feet and slowly crawls in the direction she indicated. Is this the civilization you have envisioned? Are you still able to connect with me through her eyes? The girl smiles, closing the book in her hand. Here it is. Cradle picks up a half-abandoned terminal from the ground, raises the hologram. Is there something you need my help with? Nothing. I'm just here to check on your progress. Whoa. That's a new design. Who is that? A few purple petals are moving rapidly along the Red Tide City's edge. Those are the stories I want to read the most.
They carry the light of hope, the stars of despair. They are all excellent scenes, and I hope they can be recorded by me. The Red Tide needs more voices from those civilizations. Chosen by you. Should I say they're lucky or unfortunate? Civilizations need to evolve. What's there to be surprised about? During the brief reign of mankind, countless civilizations have risen, fallen. This pattern will only continue. That's why I consider this a friendly invitation to join us in embracing the arrival of a new civilization. If you wish, we can also... The hologram fades away. That was a pity. She lets out a quiet sigh. Let's continue then. As the red tide surges, another hetero creature gradually takes shape. What wish do you have? Together, we shall design the most idyllic homeland the human civilization ever described. Songless Path. Once again, the Norman Mining Corp transport shuttle is preparing for takeoff. Just like last time, Spaceport is bustling with the lively chatter of people. Wow, I thought none of the last batch made it back. Why are we still seeing so many people this time? Are they really not afraid of death? That's why their corporation is vast and thriving, while you're still here guarding the port. He lowers his voice mysteriously. I've heard from friends that Norman Mining Corp got their hands on some top-secret military intel. Rumor has it, there's a new method to enhance the Inver device, allowing even ordinary constructs to withstand high concentrations of the punishing virus. You actually believe that? I still think it's one of Norman Mining Corp's little tricks. No way. Do you know who's leading the team this time? It's Victoria. She's the heiress of Norman Mining Corp, the future chief executive. Didn't you see the news a few days ago? I don't think Norman Mining Corp would risk their own heiress like that. That's true. Except they would. They totally would. The Norman Mining Corp vehicles slowly pull over. A pink-haired man jumps out from the first one. What a beautiful day. I wonder if the weather on the ground is just as nice. According to the current landing plan, your touchdown point will be near Reactor 1. Chances are, you won't even get to see today's weather. Can't you think of something positive? What if I am so talented and actually bring back the glory flawlessly? I wish that would happen. Trojan looks the man up and down with disdain. But I just hope your protective suit doesn't fall apart upon landing, so I have a chance to bring you back in one piece. "3 hours ago. We will bring back the sparks of hope. We will bring back the sparks of hope." The chosen heralds gather in a dim room, reciting the creeds of Norman Mining Corp that they had been taught for decades. Head back and prepare. Shuttle will depart in 3 hours. After the brief meeting ends, Victoria stands alone in the meeting room outside. On the wall hangs a massive portrait she recently commissioned from a World Government Association of Art painter. Again, everything over. Yo, Victoria! It's been a while. Why are you here? Hey, don't underestimate me. I had to deal with those old foxes in the Parliament every day. The little troubles you had set up couldn't slow down your big brother. You're really not considering my feelings at all, Victoria. I have nothing to say to you. Before her words even fall, a tranquilizer dart pierces her neck. You're so slow, Trojan. What you paid, that's the speed you get. I can go faster, but it'll cost extra. She gently places the deeply asleep Victoria onto a chair in the meeting room. Are you sure you want to do this now? What else then? Leonardo adjusts his collar with his signature chilling grin. As a good big brother, of course, I want my little sisters to grow up happily and freely. You really think I couldn't see through your little schemes, Victoria? Grandfather's too sick to see through your tricks. Can't fool me. Have a good sleep. Wake up, and it'll all be over. He turns away and walks toward the spaceport without looking back. I'm going to apply the third version of the external interface module to the device. What? Are you crazy? That's experimental technology. You're just a regular construct, not a specialized one. Shit! Don't you know the risks of modifying the Inver device with untested tech? Immersing in Gestalt simulation is one thing, actual modification is another. What's going on? I will bring back Dominic's legacy from Reactor 1 and save this world. The army posted that mission ages ago, but no one has ever done it. Eddie! Not satisfied with that answer. Teddy turns off her terminal. According to our experiment plan, we have already reached the stage of modifying the Inver device, haven't we? Let me emphasize again, you're just a regular frame, not a specialized version. If you ever get infected, it cannot be reversed. Regular frames have more value in experiments. Specialized frames are too special to be used as references. This also poses a great opportunity to practically verify those two thresholds. You know, I'm not doing this just to verify those thresholds, or to improve the Inver device. I also want to save myself. I really hate owing people favors. Leonardo say something to you? No. The pink-haired construct stares absent-mindedly on the model in front. My family once gave up everything, wanting me to become someone else's shadow. Dominic? That is correct. Saint, failure, and successor. These are the roles my grandfather assigned to me, Leonardo, and Victoria. He wanted me to become Dominic's inheritor, chasing his footsteps with all my might. He hoped the entire Norman Mining Corp would become Dominic's most loyal followers. He saw Victoria as his most outstanding successor. From a young age, Victoria was kept by his side. Leonardo and I could only see her through special arrangements. Leonardo was a failure. He couldn't pass the copolymer test. Grandfather didn't like him. Everything can be measured in terms of profit. Anything can be a valuable commodity. It's just that, to the old man, our values are more tangible. It's rare to see Teddy show such a vulnerable side. Leonardo and I teamed up to resist, thinking we had taken the most appropriate actions at the time. But now it seems I wouldn't be able to break away from the family without Leonardo's other arrangements. I once thought the whole world had betrayed me. Then it suddenly seemed like that wasn't the case. I guess I'm just trying to compensate for my youthful arrogance. I've always been protected without knowing it. Now, I want to protect others. We can truly retrieve this so-called Dominic's legacy. It would also greatly aid Babylonia's current research progress. I'll help you. No need. I don't want to trouble too many people for such a trivial matter. I really don't want to owe so many favors. Hey, do you really not need any help? In Karenina. Looking at me like that, I'll hack into your terminal and post all your embarrassing photos everywhere. And you too. I didn't do anything. Third version of the Ember device's external interface module is relatively stable, with a failure rate of no more than 4.28%. Don't worry, I won't plan a mission based on sacrifices. "5 hours ago, outside the Science Council. You'd better have something worth telling me this time. I just want to bond with my little sister. You know I don't often have the chance." Teddy casts a glance at Leonardo, and turns around and starts walking back to the testing ground. Hey, relax. This time, I have something really important that can't be discussed over the terminal. They're sending people to Reactor 1 again. This time, leader is Victoria. How credible is your source? It's from my most secret informant. There won't be any mistakes. I told you she shouldn't stay in the sanatorium for too long. Disinfectant must have messed with her head. Ugh. My little sister is grown up and has her own thoughts now. Just going to watch them go down like that? Of course not. Leonardo flashes a sly and confident grin. Don't underestimate your brother, Miss Teddy. I've planted someone in this batch of heralds. Once they reach the surface, they'll record everything and automatically send it back to a designated email at set intervals. This whole plan has always been a lie, and it's about time it gets exposed. That all. You know, I'm being watched all the time. When do they set out? In 2 days. There's still time. Where did you get the data you sent me last time? Hey, that's classified. Wait, don't go, I'll tell you. The most secret informant tricked it out of Victoria. Which means Dominic definitely left something at Reactor 1. Yes, but it's impossible for any human to survive there now. I reviewed all the previous attempts at Project Herald. There were a few celebrations and some data was indeed sent back. In reality, not a single herald made it back to Babylonia alive. Based on those records, I guess, during the earliest attempts, Punishing Virus had not spread widely. Some of the heralds must have entered deep into Reactor 1 and successfully brought back something. The herald I planted will... Can you really plant a person there? I don't believe it. Teddy stares at Leonardo suspiciously until he raises his hands in surrender. All right. Didn't plant anyone. My informant will help me take over Victoria's place in this mission. Either I bring back the data to shut the old man up, or I'll stay on the ground, take all those senior members in favor of Project Herald with me. I'll go. That's not what I meant. I was only... I'm not negotiating with you. Unlike you, I'm a construct. I'll also add the latest Inver-Device external module to my frame, so my chance of survival will be higher. In 2 days, I'll be waiting for you at the spaceport. You figure out the rest. Teddy turns and walks away before Leonardo could refuse. Even now, she's still worried about her brother. Don't worry. 2 days, everything will be over. Again, the Norman Mining Corp transport shuttle in the spaceport is preparing for takeoff. Ground surface, 340 kilometers from Reactor 1. Signals. We can finally receive some signals from the nearby monitoring stations. We have really come to the edge of the hetero forest. The terminal emits a raspy static sound, faint, nearly indistinguishable human voices coming intermittently through the signal channel. 9 o'clock. Direction. Escape. Quickly, this way. Ahead of us. The signal is getting stronger. I can't run anymore. This area is safe for now. Take a break, Lucia. Ants evolved from the red tide? Is that... Grey Raven. Escape. Direction. Reinforcement shouldn't be too far ahead of us. You're 9 o'clock. Seem to have run into troubles too. Should stay put. Watch out! Ugh, equipment. Run! What are 9 o'clock? Eh? Oh god. My orbs. My orbs are not okay. No! Liv, what's wrong? What's happening? No. This is... See, wake up. Liv? Up. Patient in the red tide. Is it disorder? Sia, wake up. Lucia! Lucia! Wake up! Mind. Commandant. Oh, hi! Thanks for the raid. 1 second. Things are dire in the story. Hi there. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for raiding me, Kieran. Hi everybody. Hello, Kite1965. Hello, Kieran. Hello, Especially Gay. Hello, Bara. Thank you for coming. My name is Luke Aurora, and right now I'm streaming Punishing Grey Raven. I'm going through the newest story chapter, Source Beacon, and I think I'm getting close to the boss fight. So, yeah! Hi, Lyra. I hope everybody's doing okay. Oh, Kieran, you were streaming Infinity Nikki, right? I saw the notification on my phone while I was streaming. Did you have a good time? I hope you did. I guess now, well, I've said a nice hello to everybody. It was good. Nice little Friday night. I'm glad to hear it. I guess now I'll get back into the story where two characters, Lucia and Liv, are in grave danger. They're trying to escape from, well, I guess, I don't know. Should I explain what's going on? Maybe I should. Basically, so this game takes place in a like post-apocalyptic setting where this virus called the Punishing Virus is like destroying the world. And they're in an area called the Hetero Zone, which is an area that's got like plants and animals and stuff all like completely made of the virus. And they're trying to escape. And it appears that they're slowly being corrupted by the virus. You do not want to be, because it's the Hetero Zone? Yeah, me neither. There are literally like enemies in this game called Hetero Sapiens that come from the Punishing Virus, and I've told several friends about them, and they've just been like, I'm gonna try to get everyone out. Not for you either, Bara. Yeah, it's not for me either. There's also an enemy called Hetero Deconstruct Unit, and I just think that's very funny if you take it out of context. They're deconstructing heteros. Ah! As you can see, my UI is being corrupted. So, you know, not great. Although it's maybe getting better now. Lucia, you okay? There was a slight disorder in my mind and I was hallucinating. I might need some time. Can you take it from here, Liv? I can do it. Liv, my mom isn't feeling well. Can you come check on her? Hand fracture with multiple unnoticeable scratches. Seems to have a mild brain injury that resulted in temporary coma. The exact condition of the injury is unknown due to the lack of equipment. Don't worry, your mother's injuries aren't serious. Injury in the thoracic spine, with multiple comminuted fractures. I don't know what that word means. Massive blood loss with abdominal bleeding. Suspected visceral injury. It's going too fast for me to read along. I'm coming. Very slowly. Hand fracture with wounds caused by corrosion from the Punishing Virus. Serum is required. There are also multiple lacerated wounds caused by the Hetero creatures. Salvation! Oh! Oh, I thought they were gonna crash the truck into the monsters. Stop, Lucia. Can't fight anymore. We're almost there. I must. But if you keep this up, it won't last until they come to rescue us. Only I could. Several vehicles quickly pulled to a stop at the nearby flatland, their engines roaring. Don't worry, you still have us. Lucille, it's dangerous out here. How did you all... It's all right. I'm wearing a mask. What are you doing? We're almost there, aren't we? There are still a lot of hetero creatures up ahead. We may not be good fighters, but we still have our vehicles. Don't worry about us. We have our hands, our minds, and our vehicles. We can save ourselves when you all are exhausted. After you youngsters have protected me for so long, about time I do my part. But you need the vehicles for survival. Isn't the clean zone just up ahead? Even if we lose our vehicles, once we enter the clean zone, we can earn money with our own hands to buy new ones. Don't worry, we wouldn't joke around with our own lives. Behind her, the refugees are quickly unloading supplies from the vehicles, filling them with dirt and sand to increase their impact. Hey, didn't you just say we should throw all this stuff into the red tide of the vehicles? Why are you even moving these cardboard boxes? Aren't they all just... Shut up. I'm trying to help you. But he's already dead. He died protecting those cardboard boxes. Those heavy, bulky machines and his data. To him, those things might not be as important as our food. Can't bring his stuff with us, but at least we should give them a chance to be discovered again. Without a word, the tall man laboriously covers the worn-out machines with large tarps. He writes the observer's name on the tarps. Raul Aus? All right, let's divide up the vehicles now. Liv and Kali will help create an opening. All we need to do is drive the vehicles through that gap. The lever on the left is the emergency release. After crashing through, pull the lever to detach yourself from the vehicle. Then, boom. Maybe those monsters in red water don't fear anything, but they can't withstand fire. All we need to do is crash several large vehicles through, hitting the same spot, and then we can all get out of this hellhole. I'll drive to the first one. I may be old, but I was the best driver in the team when I was younger. At least I've got one good leg left. I should be the one driving it. I'll take the second one then. I've never driven one of our vehicles. Lucille never lets me try. Now's my chance. Hey, why are you suddenly ignoring me? Lucille, didn't I just tell you to go back? I want to drive the first one. Stop it, Lucille. You need to drive the last vehicle to evacuate the others. There are still many injured waiting for rescue. This mission isn't complicated. Slam the pedal and speed through. Don't need you for this. But this is clearly a task for our emergency rescue team. Oh, that team of yours again. Its name is so long that I can hardly remember it. Well then, I'll join your team. For a better tomorrow, sunlight shines on all. Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. Did I say it right? Count me in too. Besides, you're still waiting for Mika. You haven't seen each other in so long, right? I'm sure you'll see her this time in the clean zone. when you do, remember to say hi to Mika for me. For a better tomorrow. Before Lucille could react, Chimera and the young man had already slipped into the vehicle's cockpit, locking the door from inside. Are you sure about this? Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Don't underestimate us. Lucille, please take care of Lucia for now. The light mind damage has made Lucia unconscious. Worried, Liv gently puts her against a pile of supplies, then follows the vehicle as it starts again. Lucille stands dazed beside Lucia. She and her vehicle have been left behind. I should be going instead. He violently pounds his legs, which were corroded by the red tide during battle. Don't worry too much. They still have that emergency release. Liv will get them all back. She's the best battlefield rescue construct. There is no emergency release. What? Our vehicles never had any emergency release. Only a self-destruct mechanism. It's the lever on the left side of the seat. The old leader once drove a vehicle alone to lure the corrupted away during a corrupted tide. He blew them all up in the wasteland. And why did Gamera and the others still... Don't they know about this? They all know. A dull explosion echoes from the front line. They're just trying to pass on the hope of survival to more people. Punishing virus cannot defeat humanity. The heteroid creatures cannot defeat humanity, and neither can the red tide. Because in moments of despair, humanity always ignites its brightest flame, and their civilization continues to strive on, enduring and thriving. We need vehicles! There's still one left! Almost there! Just a bit more! Key! Give me the key! Polly frantically rushes back from the front line. 3 vehicles have already created an opening for us. We can already hear the voices of the task force coming to support us. Just a bit more. A swarm of hetero creatures emerges from the red tide, seemingly intent on blocking their escape. Liv and Collie's full force attack created a breach. 3 armored vehicles have blasted through the hetero creatures, yet there's still one last wall in front of them. Before Collie could find the key, the vehicle has slowly started. Lucille! Do you really think I'd be out of options after you hit my key? I'm still the vice leader of For a Better Tomorrow, Sunlight Shines on All, Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. At some point, she had already removed her protective mask. The vehicle's engine started to roar. If you see Mika, please tell her. Never mind. Maybe don't tell Mika. Just say you passed by me on the ground, and that Gamera and I are still traveling around. Lucille has always kept her vehicle spotless. For the first time, it is stained with the grime of the red tide. Brilliant flames burst in the red tide, likely setting off the mechanical parts of other vehicles and creating another chain of explosions. Driving her favorite vehicle, she charges into the crimson tide without looking back. Dreading the dazzling flames the hetero creatures have retreated. Daylight shines into the gloomy and rugged hetero zone, the fervent rose finally blossoming under the sun. Gray Raven! Gray Raven, do you copy? A crystal clear voice finally comes through Lucia's terminal. But the cheerful laughter can no longer be heard in the silent camp. I don't know how much left I've got left in this chapter. It looks like there's gonna be more like dialogue scenes, but I should have only one gameplay thing left. So it'll most likely almost 2:30.
I don't know, should I finish? I really want to do the boss fight. I might be able to finish the chapter. Okay. 20, so that's 7, be 3 for a gameplay. Okay, so 4 dialogue scenes and 1 new gameplay chapter. You will, Bara. Thank you. But if you do get tired, it's okay if you need to go. Just, remember to take care of yourself. Speaking of which, I should drink something. Ugh, my sleep schedule is too, I feel you. I'm trying to fix it with mixed results. Embers of the stars. Even if the path forward is devoid of light, its darkness seemingly unending, people will still grit their teeth and march on, think the burning embers of the stars against the unpredictable future. This is a valid sequence. Record the numbers. Has the re-examination report for Teddy come out? No issues. Her adaptation rate is quite high. When applied to the external interface module, this test module can stably increase the adaptation rate by about 0.8%. Why is Mika still working? She's really going all out. I heard she had a childhood friend on the ground who wasn't compatible with the construct conversion process and wanted to abandon the rest of their refugee group. She always wants to exchange her research outcome for privileges to bring them to Babylonia, or at least send them to the conservation areas within the core of the clean zone. Huh, is that so? Never mentioned it before. Looking this way. There's a problem with the function. I'll recalculate and integrate the error data. He pretends not to hear the researchers' discussions. The external interface module of the Inver device is gradually being perfected, although it still does not fit most people, and indeed temporarily enhance constructs with a stable mind. She has never been a person without desires. She only stays at the Cosmos Technician unit for Inver device research because her mentor promised that once there are results, she could bring Lucille and the others to the clean zone, or directly into Babylonia. Oh, honey. I feel bad. Your friends are not making it to the clean zone. Just a little longer. She lowers her eyes and continues calculating the data. Aside from the ongoing development of the external module of the Inver device, dozens of projects with a validation rate of 50% are being conducted simultaneously with the Science Council's testing group. Is your brain full of coffee-flavored electrolyte? Only rookies would make such a mistake. The pink-haired construct girl taps the terminal screen with frustration, circling the highlighted row. Sorry, I just... Rest if you're tired. You better know how much time I wasted checking this line you incorrectly replaced. Thank you. Did the modification go well? There shouldn't be any issues, or else she wouldn't be this energetic. Has my ground mission application been approved in Karenina? I still need to think about it. What ground mission? Teddy's gone insane. He applied to explore the heterozone near Reactor 1. I can't verify those 2 threshold values here. We might never get the correct data just by using the punishing virus samples from Babylonia. Besides, when I submitted my application, I also saw another 2 identical applications. Don't tell me. Even though your and Lee's applications have not been approved yet, there's always a way.
You know, even if you don't approve my application, I have my own solution. You are the one who always claims to be a technician. That place is really dangerous. You're decimating your serum supply? Are you trying to level up a new character? You already SSS plussed them? Wow. Don't like battles, do you? I don't like to fight. Doesn't mean I can't fight. I already have my Ember device modified. Not to mention that I have most of the detailed data from Norman Corp's past deep dive into Reactor 1. That place is the core of this heterozone disturbance. Conducting experiments there will yield the most direct and effective results. Oh, only 21 pity to Luna Oblivion? Good luck! I had to go all the way. And, no, I have my own reasons too. That's the tomb of the Norman family. There's no need for others to keep sacrificing their lives. I'm with you. What? Very good judgment. No wonder you're the Grey Raven Commandant. Your application has been approved. I've also requested additional protective gear for you. Make sure you're fully prepared before setting out. Well, good luck with your future polls. I hope you get everybody you want. Thanks, Captain Karenina. How's the Gestalt breach going? I'm working full throttle to crack the data wall there. Rest is with Asimov. A cup of cold coffee sits ignored on the table as Asimov types rapidly on the terminal screen. The data wall in the breach is made of very complex code. Even Asimov and I cannot understand some logical components. Those things seem to refer to Gestalt's foundation database. They've installed multiple secure storage units within the restraints set by the Science Council, completely locking the information stored within. Based on the protocol cracked from the breach, I've deciphered part of its application programs, but I can't fully bypass the data wall. I can hijack them using the lower level protocol, but Gestalt's database might activate its protection systems and get damaged. Without seeing Gestalt's database code, I can't determine the extent of potential damage. Still not inclined to crack it with force. Last time we did a routine check on Gestalt, I asked. Gestalt refused to calculate the possibility of breaking the data wall. For what reason? The tower. What? I asked 3 times. Gestalt only gave me this one reason. Yes, I've reviewed all related themes and concepts about the tower and reached the same conclusion as you. But is Gestalt actually a mystic? Feels like it's foreshadowing something. After what happened in Kowloon, I wouldn't recommend fully trusting Gestalt. Still need to rely on Gestalt for calculations, but... Luke Aurora! Seeing Celica's anxious expression, a wave of unease washes over you. There news from Lucia and Liv? We've established contact with Grey Raven. Lucia and Liv have rendezvoused with the task force at the edge of the Heterozone. But the Red Tide is still expanding. Based on the data and intel they've uploaded, Red Tide developed its own will. Asimov furrows his brow while reading this information Celica sent. Anticipated this might happen. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Damn it! What the hell is that thing? The
transmitted footage shows a girl wearing a green cloak standing in the shadowy forest. Oh? Is it the one you mentioned before? A chilling sense of unease explodes in your nerves. The figure of a young girl gradually emerges above the rotting blood. This is the third time we've met each other, Luke Aurora. She curtsies in almost the same way as last time. Just like in this video clip. Really is her. After the conflict between Babylonia and the Forsaken, we filed a report on this matter. However, when the task force was dispatched to the marked location, there were no traces of the Red Tide. After a thorough investigation of the surroundings confirmed no signs of the hetero creatures, the report was temporarily shelved. The direction of their transmitted data is where the second batch of Norman Mining Corp heralds was deployed. Isn't the second batch of heralds supposed to depart in 2 days? Are you that out of the loop? They've probably already landed by now. What's the plan now? The Army has issued an emergency mission, deploying all nearby task forces for a saturated rescue. In addition, you and Lee are to immediately descend from Babylonia to support Grey Ravens, Lucia, and Liv. I'm going too. Captain, I've just resubmitted my application. I changed the date to today. Hey, can you stop messing around with the Engineering Force's internal application system? Just approve it already. Luke Aurora, how about giving me a lift? No problem. Lee will depart from the Grey Raven Lounge. You'll meet directly at the spaceport. Speaking of which, Mika, I've left the plans for both thresholds on your terminal. When I'm back, we'll know whether it's Plan A or Plan B. Been a long time since my last ground mission. When was that? The last one was probably when I just joined the engineering force. Why did you suddenly think of that? Just suddenly remembered some things in the past. When I first left the family, when I first joined the engineering force, I first argued with Karenina, when we first went on a ground mission together. Christina! A sharp voice breaks her rare moment of reminiscence. Victoria? What are you doing here? I want to go to Reactor 1 with you. Leonardo, Did he take your place and go down? At least he's doing what a brother should do. But I never intended for this. I just wanted to... Was I all wrong? Did make a mistake, but now isn't the time to talk about it. Christina, I can't lose you too. Father is already there, and grandfather. Don't worry, I'm going on a ground mission with Grey Raven. They'll protect me. Eddie secretly winks at you. We'll make sure your sister stays safe. But... Try. Just go back, Victoria. Takes 2 more steps forward, turns around with a smile. There's nothing to cry about. Leonardo did what Leonardo was supposed to do. Now, it's my turn to do what I should do. I'll drag Leonardo and the others back to Babylonia. Whether it's Dominic or the will of the Red Tide we're facing, I'll do my best to fight. This is what everyone has been doing.
Isn't it, Commandant? Pink-haired construct looks at you, her eyes shining like stars. Okay. Even without Dominic, even after losing most of the data stored in Gestalt, even if the path forward is devoid of light, its darkness seemingly unending, people will still grit their teeth and march on, lifting the burning embers of the stars against the unpredictable future. Go back. Children should trust their elders. Together with Grey Raven, I will bring back more information about the Hero Zone, bring back lives that shouldn't have been lost, as well as more hope and possibilities. Sister! Go back and do what you need to do. Reclaim the authority of the Norman family, and take back what's rightfully ours. Little girl is still sobbing. She has stopped. No. I want cherry-flavored electrolyte in the celebration. Okay. With tears still in her eyes, Victoria breaks into a smile. Sitting on the transport shuttle, Teddy keeps tapping on her terminal. Are there even signals on the shuttle? There can be, if you know the way. Wait, I'm not breaking any rules. She glances warily at you and Lee. Don't have a habit of reporting others. Me neither. I need to make some arrangements. Can't really let Victoria face those old folks at the supervisory board alone. Leonardo left some things with me earlier. She focuses intently on the terminal screen, unconsciously biting her lip. They'll be fine. Words might be simple, but perhaps they can at least bring her a sliver of comfort. Thanks, Luke Aurora. Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. Our grandfather had been using Victoria to keep Leonardo and me in check since we were young. It was always kept in the sanatorium. I tried to get her out, failed every time. She's very insecure. I understand why she follows her grandfather's orders, seizing power from Leonardo and rebooting Project Herald. Grandfather has shaped her in a way that she doesn't have a clear sense of right and wrong. She only knows what needs to be done to achieve her goals. The bumpy shuttle hides the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Leonardo, he always thinks he can grow into a tree that shelters us, hoping Victoria and I could live blissfully ignorant lives. How could that be possible? Stupid brother. There's still time. Huh? What? You still have time. Teach a sister raised too radically, or to scold a brother who tried to hide everything. There are too many regrets in this world. There's still time to fix everything. Of course. Teddy rubs her cheeks and smiles once more. It's been a while since I felt this down. Anyway, thank you, Luke Aurora. Now that I think about it, the Commandant of Grey Raven sure has a way with words. How about joining the engineering force as my assistant? Does a vice captain of the engineering force get to have an assistant now? I can pay out of my own pocket. After all, I'm the eldest daughter of Norman Mining Corp. After returning to the meeting room, his mind is still lingering on the receding figures of her sister and the other two Grey Raven members. She bites her lower lip. She knows what she needs to do now. She was very young. So young she was still learning to speak. She always remembered two people to play with her. The butler called them Young Master and Young Lady. Even though the young master was always full of smiles, the young lady always seemed a bit impatient. Enjoyed her playtime with them every day. Then one day, Butler suddenly took her away from the room where she used to live. The butler told her she was sick and needed long-term care. From then on, her brother and sister could only visit her at fixed times each week. Her brother grew more silent, her sister's expression more grave. The butler told her that her father had passed away, striving for that glorious yet unattainable goal. Understand anything the butler said, but all her crying and tantrums were to no avail. Later, sister disappeared. Where did sister go? She went to work. Her brother, wearing a floral shirt, gave this answer. Christina betrayed our family. You must become better, Victoria. You will become a better Harold. A better Dominic. Let me tell you a story. A long time ago, there was a village where the people raised a sleuth of bears. Every year, they would send one bear into the mountain god's home. Sounds scary. Ah. It's not scary, Victoria. It's about faith and honor. Bear they sent carried away the village's hopes and returned with the spark they prayed for. Remember what I told you about your life and the hardships we endured for you. Now it's your turn to fulfill your duty. Get what I want you to do. Tell the gods to grant us wealth. Ask the gods to gift us with prey. We gave you joy and health. Now, she had learned so much. She discovered what Project Herald was, the sacrifices her father made, and why her sister left Norman. No one wants to live as another's shadow. Nobody is born with the destiny to be Herald. Originally, she intended to take everything down to hell with her, but her brother and sister still stood by her side, even as she was mired in despair. Now, time for us to settle the score, grandfather. All right, boss fight time. Yeah! The will of civilization. Just as the information from Liv reported, once you entered the designated area on the map, your communications with Babylonia began to falter. Seems like the punishing virus is disrupting our comms again. Has this happened before? Whenever the virus levels spiked previously, we'd encounter similar disruptions, but never this severe. Only just keeping communication going because I boosted the channel's output frequency. But I'm not sure it'll hold up if we go any deeper, she adds, furrowing her brows. Wonder how the earliest heralds might venture so deep under these conditions. The virus levels are unusually high here, likely because Cradle is manipulating the Heterozone to expand its territory. I checked the data, and after they shut down Reactor 1, punishing virus levels stayed relatively stable for a long time. Normally, constructs couldn't get all the way to the core. They could get pretty close to the edge. Detected signs of life ahead. Pushing aside the grass, Leonardo and several other heralds are lying unconscious there. Leonardo! They're still alive. Can still get them out in time.
But we don't have any transports. Shh, listen. The bushes rustle, and soon, a pink construct steps out in the dimly lit forest. Leah? Commandant? Fantastic! We finally found the right way. Lucia, it's safe over here. Lucia, looking battered, walks out, followed by a group of disheveled refugees. Commandant, it's too dangerous here. You shouldn't be. Despite the joy in her eyes, Lucia's brow is furrowed with concern. We'll find a way out. What should we do next? There are still many refugees here. You should get some rest first. It's been a long time since I've seen Lucia this badly injured. This area is on the outskirts of the Heterozone. Moving fast, but Red Tide keeps chasing us with a clear purpose. Driven by that will called Cradle. Just set up camp nearby when I heard some noises over here and came to check. Did well. You instruct Lee and Liv to help Lucia move the unconscious heralds to a nearby safe zone, while Teddy stays behind to care for the other wounded constructs and refugees. With a blank expression, Teddy flips through the data Liv sent from Reactor 1. So this is what that old man has been after all this time. Dominic's legacy. Hasn't Norman ever gotten their hands on this type of data? No, they haven't. Even with their most advanced constructs, the later batches of heralds never reached this far. Norman went to great lengths to acquire what they called Dominic's legacy. It's just bits and pieces of data from the soldiers and researchers who went in with Dominic and never returned. What we have in our hands now, real Dominic's legacy, is just a shutdown manual for the zero-point reactor. I disagree with their actions. Anyway, I can't support Norman's Project Herald. Should be digging into the root causes, not just searching for it. Humanity can't keep relying on a legend to guide us forward. Sure, legends might still hold some value. No excuse to sacrifice innocent people for some inexplicable obsession. I can't deny Dominic's past brilliance, but Dominic is history now. Civilization thrives because we keep building on the achievements of those before us, aiming ever higher. Dwelling on the past and old beliefs won't help us move forward. Only those old-timers, feverish and deluded, cling to these outdated legends. She taps the terminal in disgust, shutting down the files. Maybe one day, we'll go back to the city where Reactor 1 stands. But our purpose would be to piece together history, to understand the events that unfolded there. Not to build on the sacrifices of the past, or to chase legends buried in its ruins. Civilization must keep moving forward. A red wind blows, quietly carrying a thin mist. Ah, a new outsider arrives. Stina. Is that your name? But don't quite resemble the person in this memory. Who's speaking? Eddie? Camp is silent, the weary refugees and constructs deep in sleep, all under the careful watch of the guards. Didn't you hear that? It's you, Luke Aurora. In accordance with human etiquette, I greet you. And to this lady here, Miss Christina. You may call me Cradle, as per your traditions.
There's no Christina here, no matter where you got that name from. So, in human society, you can simply abandon your own names? Interesting. The purple grass quietly grows as the mist slowly spreads. Stop it! Are you angry? An eerily innocent smile appears on the girl's face. You are merely leftover remnants. So fragile that you would be washed away even in the world of the Red Tide. Yet, even insignificant specks like you can get offended by my words, right? He seems to have become more skilled at using our language. There are no leftover remnants. Every individual is unique. Humanity's splendor shines because countless lives thrive here, regardless of their strength or weakness, wealth or poverty. Life. Indeed. It's life that allows civilization to endure. But is a life deemed useless still worth mourning? There is no such thing as a useless life. The most useless one here is probably just you, made solely of the punishing virus. It's an emotion I've never read before. I can spare them, but come find me. Enter our domain. The girl's silhouette gradually fades. Let me touch your past. Let me see the true civilization that belongs to your kind. Okay, let's do it. I love this boss.
Glitch. Found the bug simulating attacks. Hook. Found the bug simulating a trace erased. Accurate hit. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest. Trace simulating attacks. Accurate hit. Hook. Found the trace erased.
Oh!
Is that all you got? Okay, my turn. There's a glitch. Found there's a glitch. Accurate hit. Simulating attacks.
That's such a good form change.
that all you got? Okay, my turn.
Ah!
Simulating attacks. There's a glitch.
Ow!
It's getting risky.
No! Oh man. I normally like to try to make... You already loved the heart form. Sorry, Bara, I didn't notice you sent messages.
Found the bug. There's a glitch.
Well, what's she doing?
Hook. Trace erased. Found there's a glitch. Not too shabby. Now, let me handle the rest. Trace erased. There's a glitch. Found the bug. Hook. Found the bug. There's a glitch.
Beep,
All you got? Okay, my turn. There's a glitch. Trace erased. Accurate hit. It's getting risky.
No, not again.
I can't let you screw up this time. There's a glitch. Trace simulating attacks. There's a glitch. Hook. Trace erased. Simulating attacks. Is that all you got? Okay, my turn. There's a glitch. Trace erased. Accurate hit. It's getting risky.
Not again! Oh man. I'm really messing up. There we go. Well, I guess they haven't dubbed this part yet.
彼にはめられましたね。運命の誕生に戦争が起きるのは必然。次の機会を待ちましょう。
The vibrant red tide fades, leaving behind Cradle's dissipating shadow. Damn it. Are you some kind of indestructible sewer creature? Strength is beyond my expectations. Ooh, new art. Very good. I also dread that one on the outskirts.
the more powerful construct within human civilizations. It turns out, my adversaries aren't just you. Is this the power of inherited civilization? It's about inheritance and pioneering. Concepts that are beyond the grasp of a single-celled organism like you, created from the punishing virus. Perhaps you're right. Civilization needs deeper roots to truly thrive. I will leave. Turn to the heterozone. Take this. It's both a gift and a sign of my respect for you, humans. You won't achieve what you're hoping for. Why? Human society is cold and unforgiving, missing the wild freedom and acceptance. I will record human civilization and lead a better world. Even though he has misled me, this story isn't finished yet. He is an intriguing consciousness. Perhaps he hopes for a different ending. But I'm open to more conversations like this with you. Farewell. Wait! Before the words could fall, Red Girl had already turned into a phantom, vanishing into the depths of the dilapidated building. Got away. Never mind. Can't catch her anyway. As the will of the Red Tide, she can disappear and reappear at will, as long as she's in the heterozone. Density of the punishing virus has decreased. Need another shot of serum? Not right now, thanks. Are you sure you can handle it? Never mind. You're the Grey Raven Commandant, you'll be fine. Despite her reassurance, Teddy checks the readings on her protective suit again, only stowing the spare serum once she is sure there are no errors. What's next? Must be close to the center of Reactor 1, right? Let's take a look around. Since Cradle has retreated and we have our protective suits, the density of the punishing virus is manageable. Now that we're here, we might as well explore the area. This city, once bustling with life, is now overrun with weeds. The robot that used to guard the library stands silently, rust forming on its body from the wind and rain. Future. If humanity completely disappears from Earth, will it end up like this? That's a possibility. I think so. But we'll always come back. Yeah, we'll always come back. This is our homeland. Our civilization won't end here. Yes. Punishing virus sweeps across Earth, devouring everything that humanity had spent thousands of years building. Places like the city around Reactor 1, the virus has completely taken over, possibly even giving rise to alien civilizations. However, more significantly, humans have established new strongholds bit by bit. Exiled in the depths of space, our compatriots refuse to settle down comfortably. They are drawn back to the lands they love like moths to a flame. Perhaps some people have forgotten their roots, and perhaps more have considered Earth a part of history. But there will always be those who remember that Earth is our eternal homeland, the cradle of human civilization. May you all return home, safe and sound. The terminal is disrupted by an overly high concentration of the punishing virus, with the virtual image flickering in and out. Sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. So, it failed after all. Looks like you saw this coming too. I said it before. Neither of us had any good intentions. It's just about using each other. I thought the timing was right, but it seems it's still not enough. Maybe I should explore other ways to strengthen our foundation. Still need to read more stories. Maybe I'll seek other help or take a different path. We'll meet again. The wind gradually subsided. The girl in a green cloak sits amidst the red tide, slowly turning a new page. So yeah, I had seen that boss fight earlier, like a long time ago when it first came out on the Chinese server, and I thought it was so cool. So I was really excited to do it myself. I love the music. I love how it like starts as like, you know, kind of like a soft, slow harp song. Kind of very like fantasy in a way. And then once you switch into phase 2, it takes on more of that like, you know, DGR typical trance electronic vibe and gets a lot more like ominous and mysterious. You've always wanted to learn the harp, Bara? Yeah, I think it's such a pretty instrument. I knew one of my professors at college knew how to play the harp. It'd be so cool to learn though. And then I also did love her form change. Especially because you might not know this, but that Cradle is a character who's been around for a long time and originated in like optional side content. So I don't think anybody really thought she was important. And then she ended up being really, really important. It's just really interesting. Okay, so I think I've just got a few more scenes to read through. Guardian should not pin their hope on legends. Even if Gestalt is sealed and Dominic is long gone, humanity is still trudging across the river of time, touching one slippery rock at a time. Then what? Next. And then, some fool lay on the Star of Life for too long before finally getting up. Still dreaming of becoming a construct. Only to realize your brain can't even fill the smallest mind. Come on! Don't be so cold to your brother, little Christina. Call me Teddy. Besides, what's wrong with me becoming a construct? If I do really well and take your spot as vice captain of the engineering force, don't come crying to me. That's not happening. Why? You don't know? There's a sign on the engineering force's gate saying no Leonardo or dogs allowed. Hey, don't be so harsh. The simulated sunlight filled the dim hall. Felt like ages since the three of them had sat together to enjoy afternoon tea. Speaking of which, how is grandfather doing? Grandfather... He fell ill a few days ago. After being checked at the Star of Life, the doctors found a blood clot in his cerebral artery. Focal acute cerebral ischemia. Although he's being kept alive by the Star of Life, afraid that... She elegantly dabs the corner of her mouth with the napkin. Did he say anything? After seeing the notes Liv brings back, presumably left by the one they call father, can't help but wonder if that powerful figure ever had any regrets. He said he hoped I could continue Project Herald and find Dominic. No matter what, I won't restart Project Herald. I've already handed over all the information on Project Herald to the military at Babylonia. Norman doesn't need that glory that comes at the expense of human lives. That's my sister. Speaking of which, when will my projects get approved? Please, I really need them to bring in some funds. I still owe Trojan 3 times her salary, and she doesn't come cheap. I'd better take a good look at your projects, Leonardo. If there's a problem, I won't go easy. Buried under a pile of documents, Asimov could only poke his head out. Teddy sits nearby, a cup of pink electrolyte beside her. Teddy? You find a seat while Asimov stays focused on the work in the terminal database. I thought they'd locked you in the break room by now. I managed to escape. You did? Maybe I should tell Lucia right away. Teddy takes out the terminal, pretending to make a call, but quickly changes the topic. How are things going in the testing ground? Not bad. Mika's teacher has finally been able to leave Star of Life, thanks to Teddy validating the correct threshold limit. He's now working with Mika on the disassembly research of the invert event. With the data in this experimental model, I might be able to develop a new type of invert events. It would be more stable, with better compatibility, capable of neutralizing higher concentrations of the punishing virus. Good to hear. But that's just a possibility. Thanks to your and Teddy's recklessness, the expansion of the heterozone has stopped. There are even signs that it's starting to shrink. Science Council, Engineering Force, Cosmos Technicians Unit. Finally take a breather. That's what I call the wise decision. It's just... no need to explain. 3 members of your team are out there looking for you. Renina has been searching for you for a while now, didn't you know? He rarely smiles, but now there is a hint of one. I heard you all hid away after returning to Babylonia. Just a tactical retreat. Looking back now, chasing after Cradle was indeed a risky move. But if I had to do it again, I'd probably make the same choice. Can't turn a blind eye to innocent lives. No matter what, Teddy and I won't just sit back and let Cradle consume the refugees and wounded constructs. Anyway, tell them I'm here, did you? I wouldn't do something that stupid. I called you here to let you know that there's been a breakthrough regarding the invitation. Really? You doubting me? He turns on the terminal. A long stream of complex code flashes across the screen. Teddy and I have disassembled the source code of Gestalt simulations and reverse engineered the content of the invitation. Want to check its authenticity yourself? Lines of code rapidly flash across the terminal, barely discernible. This is just part of the reverse-engineered content. If we fully reconstruct it, it's probably a set of encryption keys. Encryption keys? These are linked to the Gestalt simulation device keys. According to her setup, each set corresponds to different scenarios. Think of it like the World Government Association of Art's holographic movies, Or something similar. I'm not entirely sure. During our reverse engineering, we decoded some truly astonishing information. Are you sure you want to keep listening? What kind of information is it? It's about Dominic. You mentioned this is an invitation. It does sound like something truly astonishing. It's never about a single name, but a spirit worth remembering. That's probably what wanted me to give this to you. But perhaps because Hua Shu isn't directly connected to Dominic, they had to take the form of that girl to convey the message to me. Waiting at the end of that universe, the girl named Nanami. It's an invitation. Whether it's about Nanami or Dominic, we need to take this invitation seriously. Now that's some courage. Definitely worthy of the title Grey Raven Commandant. And about Gestalt. Just then, a soft knock on the office door interrupts Asimov. Asimov, have you seen our Commandant? Professor Hippocrates said the Commandant seemed to be heading this way. Looks like someone's about to get caught. Teddy, I know you're in there. Show yourself. Lucia? Why are you here too? I'm here looking for our Commandant. You too? Don't think I won't tear down Asimov's door. Feels like everything that happened before is just a blur. Norman Mining Corp went through a power shift. After Victoria handed over all the relevant info, they officially declared Project Herald a lie at Babylonia. People should not pin their hope on legends. Even if Gestalt is sealed and Dominic is long gone, humanity is still trudging across the river of time, clutching one slippery rock at a time. New Inver device, developed by the Science Council, Engineering Force, and Cosmos Technician Union, seems to be showing some early results, and research on the Omega effect is gradually improving. Lucia, Liv, and Grey Raven Commandant. We received a mission to escort a group of refugees into the clean zone, but I didn't expect to run into them again. What a coincidence. I never thought I'd see you all again. It's wonderful. And I can't believe we're really going to enter the clean zone. Thank you all. I should really thank Lucille and the others. Oh, right. Sorry, It's okay. The old leader once lured away the corrupted, saving Lucille and Miko when they were surrounded. Lucille and Gamira paved that road for us with their lives. If needed, I'd do the same in the future. After all, I'm a member of For a Better Tomorrow, Sunlight Shines on All, Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. Her eyes are sparkling like stars, bright and radiant. We held a funeral for Lucille because we were already near the clean zone, and I found her favorite flowers. These little wildflowers, bright orange, covering the... Definitely be so happy. Yes. You definitely very happy. Or rejoin the team. Temporarily guard the conservation area where we live. Everyone has been well settled. Oh, I almost forgot to share the best news. Eileen pulls out a refugee with chestnut hair from the back of the group. Let me introduce you to Tony. He's also a member of our team. He got lost on the outskirts of that strange place, but luckily, he survived by chasing the supplies we tied to the trees. He reunited with us at the last intersection. Once we reach the clean zone, we have to celebrate. A refugee named Tony shyly scratches his head. Luckily, there were 2 vials of serum left in Uncle Gamira's pack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it here. It's great. Liv, look! I brought the little seedlings down! In the little hands, 2 small sprouts planted in discarded serum tube, and shakily in the cool breeze. The weather is warming up. The wall. They cannot wait to put their glorious mark in the history book and write, "This is the decision that turns the page on humanity's history book, leading humanity into a new era."
指揮官、あのデータウォールを見たでしょう。内部からの封鎖、あの人の仕業かしら。アシモフと計算したの。この壁の向こうには広大な空間がある。もしそうだとして、それは本当に開けていいものなの？
The testing ground, once bustling day and night, was now silent. Bright lights dimmed. Asimov stands by the control panel, meticulously verifying the coordinates. Any new discoveries? None. Still those data walls. Ever since they appeared, they've scattered and blocked the core areas. Even though all signs point to the possibility of opening them, I still stand by my conclusion. Could try to hijack them using the lower-level protocol. Gestalt's database might activate its protection systems and get damaged. The code for Gestalt's foundational database has been lost in the chaos for a long time, so I can't gauge how bad the potential damage might be. There's a chance we could extract the technology they want. There's also a risk of blowing up the entire foundational database. Have they made a decision yet? Since Gestalt still can't perform certain calculations, they're getting ready for a parliamentary vote on whether or not to open these data walls. It's tough to say just how low their intelligence really is. They must think they've found a glimmer of hope. Even knowing that what they might open is a Pandora's box. Knowing that the abyss ahead might store poison disguised as nectar. But, just like the Norman Mining Corp, once obsessed with Dominic's legacy, those who have seen the heights of power, satisfied with the status quo. Only there was enough time. Enough time and our current... We could actually create a new golden age. They can't wait any longer. They cannot wait to put their glorious mark in the history book and write, "This is the decision that turns the page on humanity's history book, leading humanity into a new era." Once the data wall is opened, will Dominic actually show up? Can't tell. No one can really assess Dominic's current state, and... am we even sure it's Dominic? Still, are they really intent on breaking through the data wall? A lot of people are in favor of it. Even Commander Nicola from the military is on board. Unlike the usual clamor, the hall is enveloped in silence. Everyone senses the weight of this impromptu meeting. Is it a moment of danger, or a chance for opportunity? No one can foresee the outcome. Each member silently contemplates their thoughts. Briefing materials have already been distributed to you. I'd like to emphasize again that Chief Technician Asimov from the Science Council, Captain Karenina of the Engineering Force, and Vice Captain Teddy are all opposed to unlocking the data wall in Gestalt. A stir of whispers ripples the attendees. Calm quickly settles over the room. So, we have indeed obtained some data on the Inver device from that space. Yes. And we've confirmed that there's an even greater space beyond the data wall? Yes. Yet everything beyond that wall remains shrouded in mystery. Even a united effort from the Science Council and Engineering Force cannot reveal what lies beyond. Next is another crucial piece of information we must discuss. During the outbreak of the Punishing Virus, while relocating Gestalt, Dominic's adjutant Neithart intercepted an erroneous command sent from Gestalt. It is a launch order for 7,295 indeterminate ballistic missiles aimed at the entire space fleet, targeting Babylonia. This information comes from Mr. Watanabe of the Forsaken. Gestalt issued an order to destroy Babylonia? Doubt the authenticity of this information. The Forsaken wouldn't want Babylonia's technology to revert to the Golden Age's level. Yet the technology of the Golden Age is built on time and refinement. We don't necessarily require such drastic means to reclaim past achievements. Truly have any time left. The Ascendant's watching us closely, and the Heterozone spreading. Can we honestly say we will have time? We've sacrificed too much, warriors and resources alike. The Heterozone may have receded for now, but who can assure us that the Red Tide won't rise again? When humanity is entirely confined to the Clean Zone, what will we have left to fight back with? Nicola, you know well that there may be dangers sealed behind that wall. Or it could present us with a rare opportunity. A heavy silence hangs in the Parliament Hall. Are there any other questions? Then let's move forward with the vote. Scholars from the Science Council who favor unlocking the data wall believe they can implement safety measures similar to those used in the Inver device experiment. They plan to create an isolation zone within Gestalt for their work. If anything unexpected happens, they can quickly discard the isolation zone, protect most of Gestalt's modules. Humanity has been dormant for far too long. The desire to launch a bold counterattack and reclaim the civilization that has been imprisoned is overwhelming. In the face of such irresistible temptation, no one can resist taking the bait. Return to the Golden Age and reap the long-awaited fruits of our past. The final result of the vote is too obvious to predict. Commander Nicola's proposal received 52.8% support, 35.1% opposition, and 12.1% abstention. The proposal is approved. Black Box. What this era needs is all those who are dedicated to building a better tomorrow. Okay, this is the last one. Are you sure this will work? Gazing at the peculiar machine that seems poised to turn against you at any moment, you shoot an uncertain glance at Asimov and Teddy, who stand nearby. Here, Strange. This is indeed the form that emerges from assembling it according to Nanami's blueprints. I've tested it using some keys she left behind. It doesn't pose any danger. Can't guarantee whether the experience is merely an illusion created by this machine. After all, not everyone is eager to watch a chaotic dance of code. In any case, give it a shot. Once you step inside, I'll input the corresponding key, and Asimov will keep a close watch on the machine. If anything goes awry, shut it down right away. This key is for one-time use only. If there's information within, make sure to record it. Okay. Right. Let's go, Commandant. Put on that oddly shaped helmet and snap on the mask. A wave of dizziness washes over you. You finally obtained the key. For you. No need to worry. It's merely a ghost drifting through the dataspace. A fragment of history that no longer exists. Are you Dominic? Yes. And no. Is simply the echo of Dominic's consciousness, left behind before he entered Victor 1. Little time to converse. Limited opportunity to record information. Link's purpose is to deliver this invitation to your hands. A scroll woven from strands of data slowly unfurls from the darkness. This invitation, which only you can open, meant to extend a request to you. Mechanical voice resonates through the desolate darkness. Are you willing to accept the test and integrate your data into Dominic? Integrate into Dominic? Yes. To become Dominic, sowing hope into the very soil of humanity. To bring glory to the world, to become the new Prometheus. Humanity needs the fire of Dominic. I have a few questions. Please. Where is the real Dominic? Cannot answer that question for you. His true whereabouts may be linked to the Omega Effect, but Blink has no opportunity to verify this theory. What's the nature of the punishing virus? And why did it erupt from a zero-point reactor? That information doesn't belong to this civilization. It's not a mistake. Rather, it has pointed toward a new direction, a future rich with possibilities. It just appeared at a time when it shouldn't have. Blank cannot discern right from wrong, but Blank undeniably attracted a flame that humanity cannot control. The Inver device was born from there. Blank is seeking to rekindle hope, this transient civilization. So, why has no one been able to dismantle the Inver device's structure yet? Because that technology is not of this era. Are you referring to the Golden Age? No. Perhaps it belongs to an even earlier time. Or maybe a later one. Blink cannot provide a specific answer to your question. If you integrate into Dominic, all the answers will eventually unfold before you. Integrate to Dominic. This is a path never imagined before. But this world, do we still need Dominic? Figure hidden in the void falls silent. Blink cannot answer that question for you. Countless days and nights sealed within the Gestalt, Blink have witnessed too many miracles of this era. Those are miracles that even if Dominic still existed, might never be replicated. Time. There's little left. This information will soon be lost. An emotionless mechanical voice emits intermittent waves. Upon being uploaded to the Gestalt, this consciousness data has already been contaminated. Blink trapped itself in the contaminating pneumatics deep within Gestalt,
But the data wall Blank built is about to fail. Blank can only deceive it to sneak this information out. A nascent consciousness still cannot rival human wisdom, even if it's a living brain with cortex and nerve fibers, something it can never fully understand. Blank cannot speak its name directly. It will eventually emerge. Come, child. Are you willing to accept this invitation and integrate into Dominic? What will I sacrifice to integrate into Dominic? Doesn't know. Blink is simply the echo of Dominic's consciousness, left behind before entering Reactor 1. In Blink's limited memory, Blink can't remember anything from before Blink integrated into Dominic. So, what is your answer? The answer is still no. This era needs us, not a relic of the past. Hold for Hassan, Nicola, Asimov, Celica. For the task force, engineering force, the support force, soldiers battling for Earth's revival in Babylonia, and the people striving to survive, keep the flame of humanity alive. What this era needs is all those who are dedicated to building a better tomorrow. Not a vague shadow of what once was. The spirit and will of the Golden Age will resonate forever, but this era needs us. Not a new Pandora's box. That is the answer Blank expected. Only with such determination can one qualify to open the invitation. Perhaps your choice, the right one. Dark world sinks back into silence. Drums thrum with a piercing buzz. Visual nerves jolted by blinding light. Tears spill from the corners of the eyes. Are you awake now, Luke Aurora? Physiological readings suggest that Luke Aurora should be conscious now. Awake. What did you see? Dominic. You briefly explained to Asimov and Teddy what you have seen in the full sense simulation device. You did the right thing. Given that we can't tell if they're friend or foe, this is the safest choice. For that data wall. As for that data wall, whether it leads to destruction or a fresh start, it needs to be torn down. Parliament has approved the resolution. They have already been assigned to assist with the hijacking. The mission is set for tomorrow. The Oversight Committee rejected Parliament's request for direct access to the Gestalt's computing power center. Instead, they opted to carry out their operation here. The testing ground hums with renewed energy as researchers weave in and out, diligently checking line after line of complex code. Protocol decryption. Initiating hijack. The giant screen projected by the terminal scrolled with the latest update, as layers of the data wall are systematically hijacked. Hijack complete. It's here! The moment Teddy presses the final key, Gestalt's terminal flickers, unleashing a torrent of unknown data, countless lost technologies cascading into the terminal's memory. Fantastic! Wait. Is that? A deep crimson glow spills across the device monitor. Emergency shutdown. It's too late. Teddy's fingers fly across the keyboard, desperately cutting off the data stream. The crimson pixels have already engulfed most of the data. The urgent alarms blare deafeningly, with glaring warning messages crawling across everyone's screens. Warning! Warning! A cacophony of noise spreads outward, sharp explosions resonating throughout the entire Babylonia. We've lost contact. Lost contact with all satellites. Communication systems are down. Power systems are failing. No sooner had the words been spoken than the hall plunged into darkness, only the frantic red alerts flashing on the screens. Shit. Engineering force! Power repairs needed! Almost everyone rushes out of the hall, hurrying to fix the faltering Babylonia. Contaminated area lockdown complete. All erroneous codes are sealed within the isolation zone, along with the lost technologies, once again packed into the bottomless black box. Turning back, the hall stands deserted once more. Is this the ending you all wanted? Is this the legacy of the Golden Age? The legacy of Dominic that you sought? All of this. What is it for, really? Alert! Alert! Abnormal punishing virus concentration detected. Everyone, quickly retreat to the clean zone. Hearing the piercing alarm, all the residents working outside drop their tasks and rush back to the clean zone. The child, clutching two small pots with seedlings, cannot keep up with the adults and falls hard to the ground. Before a cry can escape, an adult scoops up the child by the collar, hurries back inside the conservation area. Eileen! My bottle! The one Liv gave me! Broken! The child's grubby little hands tightly hold the shattered serum vial. It's okay. We have plenty of other containers. We can replant them. The gate to the clean zone slowly closes. Those who don't make it back in time begin to show red lesions on their skin. Eileen, are we going to live like this forever? Eileen. She crouches down, gently wiping the tears from the child's face. I don't know. But I do know that we need to survive. We have to keep going. One day we'll understand what all of this was for. Why we had to suffer like this. Then, what about now? Right now, just have to survive. Must survive. She pulls the child close in a tight hug. Oh boy. That was something. that it didn't end how I expected it to. Okay, well. The next chapter comes out on January 17th. So, until then, I'm gonna end things here. I had a fun time going through this chapter with everybody, and thank you to everybody who stuck around. I hope you had a good time. And I mean, even the people who didn't stick around, I'm really glad that they were here. It means a lot for me to be able to share these things with people. I don't know anybody else who's still streaming, so I'm not gonna rate anybody. I'm just gonna sign off here. I'm glad you had a great time, Bora. Thank you for staying. I hope you have a nice weekend tomorrow. And yeah, good night, everybody. See you again next time.